live, going live. Hi, hey. Hello, hello, hello. I actually double check my audio. Yeah, that should be good. Going on a musical journey today. Make sure all my setups are good. Not that one. I'm already kind of vibing with the music just a little bit. Just a touch. Yep, almost ready to do that. Oh, hey, they also just went live. Oops. Well then, okay. Okay. Good evening, everyone. So let me think. What I was gonna say. Oh, so it is Fresh Friday, so new game today. We are playing Across the Grooves. Which again with Fresh Friday games, I usually try not to get I get very brief, read over the description of the game and then get into it. So also I'm grabbing one of the games from the Amazon game that I get from via Twitch. Not via Twitch, via Amazon Prime. I got this one a while back and I didn't even notice, but apparently it's mature rated game, and I was figured that out by typing it in, and I was as I was doing my setups, I'm this is mature. I gotta figure out why. Turns out there are going to be references to certain things, so mature rating for that, for references, but shouldn't be anything explicit, apparently. But so fingers crossed I read the mature rating properly. But I'm kind of excited because it seems like it's going to be a game centered around music and such, and already I'm kind of jamming with the music just from the start screen. That we will see. Also, I pulled it up and I was looking at the options to check the audio because I wasn't hearing anything initially. I was okay, let me figure this out. And I realized, oh hey, I can do I can use my controller, so that's gonna be fun. Waiting for ad break to happen. I'll see. And then I glance at my phone and I get a text from the phone company saying, oh hey, your phone's payment just went through. Happiness for auto payment. But okay. Oh, why am I getting? Who's mentioned? Oh, indeed. Just noticed a message on mention on Discord, and it was actually something else. So that's okay. Okay. Also, hopefully my overlay works today, because I went in, so we were having the overlay issues yesterday, right? Where things weren't popping up. And so I'm okay, I gotta figure that out. So this morning, for one of the first things I did when I woke up, this morning in quotes, one of the first things I did was I wanted to check out my overlay. So I opened everything up, did a test run, perfectly fine, no issue. So I don't know what was happening yesterday. Hopefully it's not happening again today, but we will see. We shall see. I am excited for this game. So apparently it's you're going through the main character's past or whatever, and you can change things based on the record. Based on a record. That's like the gist of what I got about this game. Is somehow I'm changing her past. We're changing our past with a record. I also, right as I was like clicking to start stream, I realized I forgot to grab water again. I really got like I have my water bottle here. You guys can't see it, but I have it. It's just empty. I'm like, oh. I put it here so I remember. I forget every time. Let's see, almost ad break, and then we'll jump into it. Yeah. Whoa. Ad break should be running right about now. There we go. Ad break, YouTube exclusive. What's the tea? What the tea? Boop boop boop. Frey's been chaotic like usual. So Chaos Kitten is being chaotic. Chaos Gremlin has been just sleeping most of the day today. But I got a good nap in with them on the couch. I was watching YouTube, and both of them curled up. That was fun. That was nice. Just I had a slow morning. I was streaming earlier, but I'm like, I need some more sleep. So we got more sleep. Which, I mean, I'm sure you guys forgive me, because yesterday I did do, it was 9.5 hours, I think, yesterday. Straight, no breaks. Which I haven't been doing that often. Oh, I just realized I pulled up the Steam thing so I could actually read the mature content. So alcohol and tobacco consumption, drug references, pornographic nudity and sexual references, and non-graphic violence. Those are the mature part content. So, but yeah, it seems like it's gonna be kind of fun. And it says like high replayability as well, so we might also like return to it on Tuesday if we enjoy it. Yeah. But we shall see. I also splurged on and got 3 new games today as well. So there's even more games for Fresh Fridays. But ad break is over, so let's jump into it. Cross the grooves. Let's go. Should we go through the tutorial or just start? What's the tutorial say? Introduction, interface, gamepad. We're just gonna jump into it. This is our chaos. We'll figure it out. Okay. Cross the Grooves is an interactive graphic novel. During your adventure, you will be asked to make choices that will define how your story progresses. When one of your decisions influences the personality of the main character, Alice, 1 or 2 symbols light up at the top of the screen. Okay. The spiral, the lightning, the flower, the skull. In Cross the Grooves, some of the scenes are sung. When that's the case, lyrics will be displayed in special dialogue bubbles like this one. Ooh. Of course, you can keep on reading at your own rhythm, but if you want to hear the full song, you'll have to adjust your reading speed to the rhythm of the lyrics. Okay. Across the Grooves, your progress is saved automatically. You won't be able to change the decisions you've made. So once we commit to something, we have to stay with it. However, the sum of your choices always leads to different scenarios. It's impossible to lose in Across the Grooves. Nice, no losing. We got this. Choose wisely, though. John Baptist. Alice? The interphone buzzes again as I'm putting on my blouse. Give me one more. I gotta move my avatar because now I'm kind of nervous that it's going to be covering some of the stuff. Actually, yeah. Boop 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 boop. Where is that one? slide me over just a wee bit. Just a wee bit. Okay, I'll like lean this way. Yeah. Oop. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Interphone buzzes again as I'm putting on my blouse. Alice, can you get that, please? Okay. So someone that lives with us. At this time in the morning, it's probably a delivery. I wonder what John the Baptist. Why do I feel like I'm gonna have issues with names? Jean Baptiste has ordered this time. Let's answer it ourselves. We can quickly throw on a blouse. I quickly finish dressing and hurry to answer the interphone. The delivery man, who I thank for his patience, tells me in a toneless voice that yes, there's a package for me. Is for me? A few minutes later, I'm back in my kitchen. I've made myself a coffee and, with a sense of foreboding, I look at the flat, square package which dominates the kitchen table. Jean Baptiste comes into the kitchen absently buttoning his shirt. He jerks his head towards the package and peers at me. What's that? I think it's a record, a vinyl. The shape of the package is so distinctive that my guess is almost a certainty, and the handwriting leaves me no possible doubt. I recognize the hesitant, disjointed handwriting of Elise. Maybe I should have grabbed water. Record store owner with whom I shared several years of my life before I met John Baptiste, a little over 3 years ago. As I've no news from Elise since the night we split up, getting a package from him is unexpected, to say the least. John Baptiste gives me a quizzical stare. Tell the truth. We honest people. I think it was Elise who sent it to me. Your ex? Yes. I'm just as surprised as you are. I swear I haven't been in contact with him at all since we broke up. John Baptiste moves closer and strokes his fingers gently through my hair. You should open it. Maybe there's a note, an explanation. He was part of your life for a long time, and you were part of his. I guess if he's decided to contact you now, it's something important. You're right. I've got to run. My father has some big Chinese clients coming to the castle at lunchtime. I have to organize the meeting with the cellar master. Plants a quick list. I have a lisp. Plants a quick kiss on my lips. I'm being too chaotic today. Shall we meet up at the brasserie this evening? I might finish late. Remember that we've planned dinner this evening with my brother and my sister-in-law. Yes, okay, let's meet there. It's easier. I wait, listening for his footsteps go down the stairs and fade before I return to the kitchen to open the package. I need a little privacy to deal with the intrusion of this ghost from my past. I grab a law. Oh, I can't read today. Maybe it was a bad idea doing a visual novel. Okay, grab a large chef's knife from the worktop and slide it along the fold, cleanly slicing the seal of brown packing tape. Inside there's a record, a 45, a 7-inch, as the English call them. It's protected by a new sleeve, white card, without anything written that could give me some idea of what's actually pressed into the grooves. Knowing Lisa's passion for rare records, it's probably a white label, a test pressing, sent to the record company by the factory to check the track order and the general sound quality before mass producing the record. There's a exclamation point at the top. Also, like, am I calibrated? I don't know. Okay. I have my VTuber like down below on my second screen now. So I'm like, okay, I gotta figure out if I'm calibrated or not, because sometimes I go uncalibrated without realizing it. Okay. Carefully slide the record out of its jacket. There's no label in the middle to tell me more of its contents. What I suppose to be the A side is cut in one singular piece, which leaves one to suppose that's a 45. As for the B side, it's bare of any grooves. The black, shiny surface of the record seems to reflect my confusion back at me. Why? Particularly, why now? It's been more than 3 years since Lise vanished from my life. 3 years without a word. What could have driven him to send me a record now, without the least explanation? I checked the clock on the wall, above the door. I still have 15 minutes before I need to leave for the office, which leaves me plenty of time to listen to the record, which can't last more than about 5 minutes. Maybe 7, 8 maximum. I pick up the packaging and put it in the wastebasket and take a moment to inspect it again. Pick up the package to put it in the wastebasket and take a moment to inspect it again, checking there's no note or anything hidden in a fold. Nothing. And no return address either. The postmark tells me that the parcel was posted from Paris, the 10th arrondissement. Take the record, then hesitate again. Do I really want to revisit the past now, before work? Or won't it be better to wait till this evening? She did want privacy, and this evening had the plans, so listen to the record. I decide not. This can't wait. In any case, if I don't listen to the record now, I won't be able to think of anything else all day. I go into the living room. The hi-fi has been relegated to a corner of the room behind the couch. As I lift the cover of the turntable, dust floats up into the room. John Baptist prefers the background noise of the TV, so naturally I've stopped listening to music since we moved in together. I plug in the headphones and put them over my ears.
The night is above me. A dark alley of cobblestone, glittering in the drizzling rain. I take the last train on my cigarette. A door opens, a door opens. One spills out through a crack. A distant drum beat grows louder. A thunderstorm. You look at me, inviting me in.
Follow you. Okay.
I follow you inside. To draws my pain.
I forgot to click.
In this sea of others together.
Whoops. Just clicking through it on accident. I'm enjoying the music too much, okay? Still together, maybe? I don't know what I'm doing. Please? He turns and gazes at me sadly. I remember this evening perfectly. This is the day I met Jean Baptist. And this is the day Elise and I said goodbye. For weeks our relationship had had been withering away. I think we both knew that, sooner or later, it was coming to an end. He was acting out a living with his record store. Me, I'd already started wanting to want something else. That was the evening he left me. Yes? I just came to see if you're okay. I'm sorry? Yes, I'm sorry too. He lowers his eyes, remorseful. I'm going to go. This was a bad idea. I shouldn't have come here tonight. He goes out the door and moves away. For a moment, I falter. Perhaps I should let him go, as he does in my memory. I should push my way to the bar, order a double whiskey, and let Juan Baptiste buy it for me. Then go for coffee with him a few days later. Elise. He stops and looks at me, startled. In a few strides, I catch up with him. What a strange dream. Why did you send me a record? Record? I didn't send you any record. Yes, you did. It arrived. This morning? White sleeve, no label. Does that ring a bell? Elise looks terrified. You weren't supposed to listen to it. Listen, Alice. You have to go back to the bar. You have to do everything like the first time, like in your memory. There might still be time to avoid disaster. What disaster? What disaster? Please tell me. I need to understand. Everything I've done, I did it for you. Trust me, Alice. I promise you don't want to know more. Around us, the world is beginning to break apart. It's too late. I hear the rhythm far away. It rushes towards me like a galloping horse. I'm engulfed by the music once more.
You're tearing me apart. I'm shrinking. You're the one who grows distant.
Oh.
But it's me who's shrinking.
Ho ho ho.
I'm becoming someone else in your absence. Breathing in, breathing out. The variations of me, I tear myself apart.
Ooh. I don't even have words at the moment. This music is going to be interesting.
I'm someone else, and then I myself again.
Ooh. Chapter. Actually, first I'm going to clean my glasses real quick. Because I realize I can't see as well as I want to. Got like smudges on my glasses. Okay, so that's an interesting prologue so far. So we are living with John, and we get record from Elise. And we listen to it, and now mind-bending. This is when I'm reminded that I'm American. I can't pronounce anything, and I have a speech impediment. I stay where I am, sat by the record player, the stylus circling the central groove, and an unceasing hiss in my ears. Did I fall asleep? What happened? I take off the headphones, then replace the tone arm on its rest. I try to get my thoughts in order. I haven't thought of Elise in months. I never understood why we broke up. Our relationship worked. Little by little, Elise became distant. I threw myself into my studies. I probably neglected him. Aww. Our twin orbits diverged. One day, he was gone from my life. Should I have fought? Should I have tried to save what we'd built together? Would it have changed anything? I met Jean Baptiste He was charming. It was easy. Then I learned from Mark that Elise had left Bourtreuse. Life went on. I finished my studies. I found a job in a bank. We moved in together, Jean-Baptiste and I. We quickly settled into a routine. Weeks, months, years passed without me really noticing. 3 years to be exact, apparently. Is this truly happiness, or is it only a comfortable status quo that I've never had the courage to challenge? I have a strange sensation as if I'm suddenly woken from a long sleep, a sleep that had lasted for years. I check the time. 9:35. I'm going to be late if I don't leave right now. I put on my coat and set off on the short walk between the apartment and the branch of the bank where I work. I go into the bank, say hi to Martine on the counter, then I shut myself in my office. I have a stack of files to deal with, but I can't concentrate. I stop at the apartment after work to take a shower and change. Then I hop on a tram to join Marie, Robin, and Jean-Baptiste at the restaurant. I open the door of the brazier and plunge into the warm fog, the hubbub punctuated by the gurgle of the espresso machine. Jean-Baptiste loves this place. It's just under his old apartment. Plus, Marie and Robin don't live far away. They just had a baby and an evening out from time to time. It's like a breath of fresh air for them. I pass the bar and say hi to Michael. To Michael, the owner. He seems surprised to see me, but before I can kiss him hello, he's called away for an order from the other side of the counter. Surprise, surprise. I feel like we're already in an alternate universe. At the end of the room, Robin is waving to me. I sit down opposite him. At the end of the table, there's a pram. Marie's gone out to take a phone call. Is everything alright? Oh, yes. I'm guessing it's more problems with the christening. If I had any idea what kind of nightmare it was going to be, I'd never have let that priest get his claws into my prodigy's spiritual life. Progenies? It's nice to maintain traditions. It's important to Marie's parents. It's a great tradition, isn't it? You don't get many opportunities to get all the family and friends together for a big party. I really get the feeling that people are getting more worked up about this than they do about weddings. And yet, you're not married, so we couldn't really say that you've got a reliable point of reference. Robin laughs. That's true, but I promise you I'm immune after all this nonsense. I lean over the pram. The baby's fast asleep. How's my favorite little niece? You can see she enjoys the hustle and bustle, just like her auntie. I feel a hand on my shoulder. It's Marie. She's back, phone in hand. We hug. Sorry, I had to take a call for work. You'd think they'd just been leaving all the files on my desk for me to deal with after my maternity leave. So how's things with you? Say that everything's fine. Everything's fine. Marie knows that I prefer to keep my thoughts private, but she also knows me too well not to notice that something's bothering me. What's the matter? Something wrong at home? A problem at the office? No, nothing like that. I got a package this morning from Elise. Elise, your ex? Himself. That's surprising, isn't it? You broke up, 3 years ago? What was in the package? A record. A vinyl. That's all? No note? Nothing? No, just a record without any explanation. Oh yes, I remember. The record store guy, right? I don't know why you guys broke up. He was really cool. Marie glares at Robin, who buries himself back in the wine list. So, no note, nothing? It's odd, isn't it? Yes. What was on the record? Did you listen to it? Yes, a 45, no label, no idea of the artist or the group. I try to remember the music itself, but I can't seem to recall the melody. It sounded kind of psychedelic, probably from the 60s. A whole load of memories came flooding back when I listened to it. It was really weird. I really felt like I was actually reliving the past, the night Lisa and I broke up. Still, it's a little out of order of him. No news for years, and he sends you a record now without any explanation. So anyway, what are you going to do? I don't know. I have to admit, I'm a bit messed up. On the one hand, if Elise has decided to send me a record after 3 years of radio silence, it must be important to him. On the other, without any explanation, I've got no idea what he's trying to tell me. Oh, excuse me. I should stop by his record store. That would be a good idea if he still worked there. He left Barracks after you split up, didn't he? Yes. Still, it's not a bad idea. Mark, his old partner, is probably the most likely to know what's happened to him since he left. I'll stop by there tomorrow evening on the way home. I hope he can help me clear all this up. Listen, I don't want to hurry you, but can we order? So we can get home before the next feed? Are we gonna wait for Jean-Baptiste? Marie and Robin look at me, bemused. Jean-Baptiste? Yes, he was seeing some Chinese customers today. He shouldn't be much longer. Alice, who's this Jean-Baptiste? I don't know what to say. Yeah, knew it. Alternate universe already. How can they not know who Jean-Baptiste is? Jean-Baptiste, my boyfriend. You know, we had dinner with you quite a few times. We even spent a weekend together this summer on the bay, don't you remember? Marie looks worried. Robin is glancing around nervously. I let out a shaky laugh. You're kidding me, right? Are you sure you're okay, Alice? This summer on the bay, you were with an Arthur. You broke up 2 or 3 weeks after. You never introduced us to any Jean-Baptiste. Robin nods in agreement. I don't understand. I don't remember any Arthur. My head is spinning. I stand up. Spots dance in front of my eyes. Robin rushes to catch me by the shoulder. Alice, you're scaring me. Are you all right? Yes, I need some air. I turn and hurry through the brazier. Behind me, I hear Marie say to Robin, "Let her go. We'll call her tomorrow." Then I'm out in the street. Cool night air helps me collect my thoughts. A little further away, on the sidewalk, I make out the familiar shape of Jean-Baptiste. He's smoking a cigarette. The Jean-Baptiste that I know has stopped smoking. We stopped together. I fumble in my coat pocket. I pull out a packet of Jean-Louis's, half empty. It shouldn't be there. There's no rational explanation why I should have a packet of smokes on me. Unless Jean-Baptiste has seen me. He smiles at me. I can't stay here staring at him from a distance. I have to take a decision, but I don't know if I should turn away or go and talk to him. I hesitate. I am pretty convinced that we're in a different universe, so I'm gonna go away. I wouldn't be able to handle it if I try to talk to him. There's no point hurting anyone. I'm sure Jean-Baptiste won't recognize me. I go up the road in the opposite direction. First thing I do when I get back to the apartment is to bolt the door behind me. I had the feeling of being followed on my way home. I'm probably being a bit paranoid, but well, who knows? Someone breaking into my home during the night would really just top my day off. The second thing I do is go into the bedroom and open Jean-Baptiste's side of the closet. I'm not particularly surprised to find it full of my old clothes, things I thought I'd gotten rid of. I go out on the balcony and light a cigarette. As I stand musing, I look at the apartment and I'm aware of a number of small differences that I hadn't noticed earlier in the day. There's no phone charger or small coins in the bowl on the dresser in the hall. The old games console, which had never been plugged back in since the move, is no longer on its shelf under the TV. A big photo of New York has been replaced by a tattered old poster from a regional rock music festival. The record, though, still dominates the kitchen table, exactly where I left it earlier in the day. It seems impossible, but it's as if, by putting the 45 on the turntable, I'd truly returned to my past. As if, by choosing to run after Elise the night we broke up, I hadn't met Jean-Baptiste at the bar. As if I had returned to a present where I'm single, where Jean-Baptiste and I had never met. I could try listening to the record again to get to the bottom of this, but I'm afraid of making things worse. If it really does have the power to change my past, it could have catastrophically catastrophic consequences on my life. What did they call that again? The butterfly effect? I hope Mark will help me to clear all this up. At least he should be able to tell me what's happened to Elise. I grab my phone and leave an apologetic message for me, assuring her that everything's fine, that I'm sorry I slipped away so early. Then I crush out the cigarette and crawl under my covers in hope of sleep. St. Michael. I realized I've hardly set foot in this district since I split up with Elise. The store that Mark shared with Elise is in a little semi-pedestrian street on a corner. I used to come by here almost every day after my college classes a few years ago. When I push the door open, I'm assailed with... I really can't read today. Assailed by the characteristic odor of old records, similar yet distinct from the smell of old books. Big speakers fixed to the ceiling blare out a his fuzz guitar solo at a volume theoretically much too high for a business establishment. I'd be incapable of saying whether it was some obscure 70s garage band or post-rock movement contemporaries trying to imitate their elders. Mark is reading the sleeve with interest. Only when I reach the other side of the counter does he deign to look up. He smiles at me, then murmurs something incomprehensible in the din. I gesture to him that I can't hear anything, pointing at my ears. He flaps his hand at me to wait, then turns the volume on his amp down to something better adapted to conversation. Music. I was saying, they're a local band. Pretty powerful, huh? I've signed them up for an EP. I just got the pressing. It's amazing with Mark. No, what is? Sad break, it's fine. What's amazing with Mark is that even if we hadn't seen each other for probably over a year, he behaves as if we'd spent yesterday evening together. Hello, Mark. Are you okay? Everything's cool, thanks. And you? What brings you down here? Have you heard from Elise lately? No. Mark seems a little surprised at the question. Now you mention it, it's been an age. Last I heard, he was in Paris. When I say last, that was 6 months ago. I called him for a customer who was looking for Magma Originals. After, it's true we'd kind of lost contact since. Mark breaks off. I guess that, in some way, he must blame me a little for what happened between Elise and me, seeing as how our breakup also cost him a business partner. Anyway, so no news of Elise lately. But why do you ask? He sent me a record. I decided to get straight to the point. He sent me a record. A record? Yes. No explanation, no return address, nothing. Just a vinyl record in a package. To tell the truth, the only clue that told me it came from him was his handwriting for the address. Mark watches me with an odd intensity. Did I spark his interest when I mentioned the record? Or is it something else? Concern? Or fear? Could you describe the record to me? I can do better than that. I'm about to fish the record out of my back when Mark gestures me to stop. He hails someone who's rummaging in the reggae Afrobeat box behind me. Hey, sir? His target turns with an air of feigned innocence. He's a guy in his 50s. He wears a black leather biker jacket and snug matching pants. His hair, which is slicked back rockabilly style, is, considering his age, the improbable uniform black of a bottle of hair dye. Probably uniform black of a bottle of hair dye. Can I help you? The guy grumbles in discontent, shakes his head, and saunters towards the exit. Mark waits for the closing door to ring the bell hanging above it before continuing. Did that guy follow you by any chance? Follow me? Yes, follow you. How should I put it? Have you had the feeling that you're being watched since you received the record? Yes, I've had that feeling. Yes, I had that feeling of being followed yesterday evening on my way home. But, well, I figured I was being paranoid. Why would somebody tail me? Anyway, why would you suspect that guy especially? Mark can't repress the smile. Two things. An old rockabilly who I don't know in my shop. They're an endangered species. I guarantee they all come in here. No exceptions. At least once a week for a coffee or a beer. They never buy anything, but they're cool and they've always got amazing stories to tell. Okay, that seems like a bit of a stretch, but never mind. And a guy in leathers and boots going through the Afrobeat box for 10 minutes? If that's not suspicious, I burst out laughing. Okay, that is very suspicious, you're right. Mark leans over the counter to check who's actually in his shop. There's only a couple of students giggling in the depths of the shop, and a guy meticulously comparing the covers of 2 copies of Frank Zappa's Hot Rats, the headphones of the open-access turntable clamped over his ears. Okay, the coast's clear. I slip the record from my bag and place it on the counter. It's a 45. White label, a test pressing? No scribe number in the groove. One of the 2 sides is a mirror side. Mark smiles. You haven't forgotten the jargon, then. I have. I don't know any of these words. But we're nodding. We're nodding like, yeah, sure. That's what it is. That's what it is. You haven't forgotten the jargon, then. The lingo, if you will. After all the time I spent at least, I think it's lodged in my brain forever. You can put it away. I know what it is. Really? It's not a white label. It's an acetate. A single copy. That's why there's no matrix number. Put the record back in my bag. But I'm surprised you don't recognize it. At least unearthed it a while before you split up. It was the only record he wanted to keep when he left. Which meant I had to buy his share of the stock. I would have preferred that he take the psychedelic shelf. It would have saved me taking out a bank loan. Do you listen to it, or do you know where it comes from? Do you know where it comes from? Well, no. I don't know how he at least got a hold of it. On the other hand, there are quite a few legends going around about that recording. Have you ever heard of Robert Johnson? No. I don't know anyone. No, sorry, I can't say I have. Even if I did know, I probably wouldn't remember. He was an old Mississippi bluesman. When I say old, I mean old. The 30s. He's the guy who invented tons of great blues riffs at a time when they were barely able to record them. He worked in the cotton fields, and from one day to the next, he got hold of a guitar and was able to play it perfectly. Legend says he made a pact with the devil at the crossroads. He died suddenly in 1937? Unless it was 1938. Never mind. Nobody is sure of the date in any case. The cause of death is just as mysterious. Ah, yes, I remember. Do I? Uh, he was the first member of the 27 Club, right? Exactly. Or one of the first. The most comprehensive lists count 2 or 3 musicians before Johnson. Officially, he died at 27 years old, like Joplin, Morrison, Brian Jones, Nick Drake, or more recently, Cobain. Wait, the microgrove didn't exist back then. If it's really his music on the record, it should be a 78, shouldn't it? What does it all mean? I don't know. Precisely, I'm getting to that. So he died mysteriously at the end of the 30s. There are 2 or 3 witness reports from people who claim to have seen Johnson on stage during the 40s, but nothing very reliable. The rest of the story, which is much less well known, happens 20 years later, a few hundred miles further north. Memphis, Tennessee. At the end of the golden age of Sun Studios, Presley had already left the label for RCA, and Carl Perkins had just had a car accident. It was then that we rediscovered for the first time the recordings of Robert Johnson. Of course, all the producers of the era already knew them. With the rock and roll boom, there was a huge systematic appropriation of black music by white musicians. It wasn't the first time it had happened, and unfortunately, it wouldn't be the last. Johnson's repertoire was a gold mine waiting to be plundered. Not just the blacks either. Did you know that Link Ray was Emeraldian? When you think of the majority contribution of a track like Rumble to the history of rock, I can feel Mark starting to ramble and intervene to get him back on subject. So, Sun Studios then? Yes, sorry, I'm getting off the point. So then, this old black guy with a guitar knocks on the studio door. The guy is kind of strange, but he insists to the receptionist that he wants to see the producer. It's late, there's hardly anyone left in the office, and she can't get rid of him. Finally, she calls Sam Phillips, the boss, who stayed to work late that day. Sam Phillips arrives, asks what's going on, and the guy introduces himself. Hello, I'm Robert Johnson. I've come to record a track. And that's where this record comes from? Absolutely. Are you okay? I'm not boring you, am I? You know what I'm like. I can go on for hours. Shall I tell you the rest? It might be good information. And, I mean, like, when there's something that interests me, I can go on for hours too. So, like, I get Mark. I get Mark. I vibe Mark. But at the same time, all this is going in one ear out the other. But yeah, with pleasure. With pleasure. Keep going. We'll listen. I find these old stories fascinating. Okay, so Phillips finds himself in the lobby of Sun Records with a filthy old black guy who claims to be Robert Johnson. First, he asks him to come back tomorrow, but Johnson won't listen. He needs to record, and he needs to record right now. He'd have the hounds of hell on his tail. Satan would come to reclaim his soul. You get the picture. Phillips knew Johnson's story. He'd heard his records, and he was, above all, a businessman. The person sitting opposite him was clearly pretty unstable psychologically, but where was the risk in putting him in a booth to record a few tracks? They scribble down a contract. Johnson is taken to a studio. Phillips goes back to what he was doing. 2 or 3 hours later, there's this god-awful noise which echoes through the whole building. It comes from Studio B, where Johnson is recording. The witnesses said that when they entered the room, there was a strong smell of sulfur. Is pulled to the depth of hell. The technician was in fetal position under the console, and Johnson was gone, as if he had just vanished. They called an ambulance for the technician. They say the poor guy spent the rest of his life in a mental asylum. All they found in the studio was the old Gibson L1, which Johnson arrived with, broken into pieces, and the track which was recorded during the session, recorded on acetate. Mark nods his head at my handbag. Your record. Phillips takes it to his office, where it stays for many years. And from that moment, fortune smiled on him again. Sun Records bounced back by signing Johnny Cash. Perkins recovered from the accident and returned to the studio. But the good luck only lasted for a while. After a long decline in the 60s, the back catalog was sold off to the highest bidder and the studio closed down. The place is some sort of rock and roll museum these days. I've been to the rock and roll museum. Anyway, that's it. All that to say that this recording, it's kind of the holy grail of recording collectors, if you get what I mean. There are plenty of crazies who say it's got magical powers. If I were you, I'd be very careful. That record attracts trouble. And to be honest, it makes me pretty anxious about Ulysses. It's obviously the most precious thing he possesses. Him sending it to you, by post, like that, that's not a good sign. After everything you've just told me, yes, it is very worrying. Do you have his telephone number? The simplest thing would be to try to reach him for a start, right? Mark nods and picks up the handset. Mark nods and picks up the handset. He hangs up a few seconds later. When sending me direct to his answer phone, telling me my correspondence voicemail box is full, which isn't totally surprising with Elise. We're interrupted by the sound of the bell, which hangs above the door. A young girl with a striking 60s style approaches the counter. She asks shyly if there are any tickets left for Belle and Sebastian next month at the Feminia. Mark takes the tickets from beneath the counter and makes the sale. I gaze after the young woman as she leaves. Mark clears his throat loudly at me. He watches me with a smirk. I realize that I'm probably staring at his customer so hard that he noticed. That style would suit you. Do you think? I'm surprised to find myself considering the possibility. Then again, it's not as if my job gives me much leeway fashion-wise. I don't know. I'm not persuaded that my bosses would find it quite as cool as you do. What was in your head going into finance? I'm a personal financial advisor in a little city center bank in Borax. It's not exactly what I'd call going into finance. Anyway, what were we saying? That Ulysses is impossible to reach and that's not really surprising. I'll give you his address if you want. Do you go up to Paris sometimes for work? Mark grabs no. I'm doing backwards. Mark grabs paper and a pen. Not a pen. It can happen, but like once a year, max. In any case, it's not going to happen anytime soon. Same for me. I just got back from vacation. It'd be kind of tricky to justify a trip to Paris. I've written down his number too, just in case. Mark gives me the paper. First to hear anything calls the other, alright? I nod. Thanks, Mark. You should drop by more often. It's good to see you. As I say, don't be a stranger. You're right. I'll try to come by more often in the future. My apartment looks like a bonfire. I sensed that something was wrong as soon as I entered the communal areas. The door of the apartment was already ajar when I pushed it open, and I prepared myself for the spectacle I was about to confront. Every square centimeter has been carefully searched, every closet emptied, every drawer turned out. I pick up a cushion which lays on the living room floor and place it on the couch before dropping down next to it, dejected. I realized that Mark's warnings were unfounded. Someone really wants that record, and that person is ready to enter my home while I'm away to achieve their ends. Was it the old rockabilly who was spying on me in the record store? He didn't seem particularly dangerous. On the other hand, a record with the power to change the past. I totally understand that someone might want to get a hold of it, even if that means breaking a few laws along the way. I guess there are a few things that I might be tempted to change myself. We all have our regrets, our missed opportunities. I glance at the turntable. It's been thrown on the floor, and the tone arm has flown under the dresser. Just as well, at least I won't be tempted to listen to it again. At least, not until I have a better understanding of how the record works. At the moment, the only solid lead I have is Ulysses. I take my phone and dial the number that Mark gave me. Maybe I'll be luckier than him. You never know. Apparently not, because I'm also welcomed by the recorded operator's voice telling me in a monotone voice that your correspondence voicemail box is full. Beneath the number, there's an address in St. Ewan. Not European, I don't know places. I know what I have to do. I don't. Okay. I begin by calling a locksmith to come and repair my door while I drag my suitcase from the top of the closet. Next, I try to call my boss, the bank manager, but he has already switched off his work phone for the night. Damn. I'll have to drop in at the bank tomorrow to let him know I'm going. I spend the evening tidying up the apartment. The next day, my boss is understanding, but firm, and insists that I transfer all my ongoing files to my colleagues. In the end, I only managed to catch a train to Paris at the end of the afternoon. Chapter 2. Paris. A ray of light seeping between the curtains wakes me. It was 11 p.m. when I reached Montparnasse last night, and I checked into the first little hotel I stumbled on when I left the station. I checked the time, 11 o'clock. I haven't slept this late for years. Of course, after recent events, sleep hadn't exactly come easy. My window looks out over Boulevard Raspail, and gives me a superb view of Paris in a downpour. Perfect weather for my trip to the flea markets of Saint-Ouen in search of Ulysses. I considered taking the record with me, but decided that it's probably more secure in the safe in my room. As the rain lets up a little, I walk to a local brazier that I used to go to occasionally as a student. Usually when I come to Paris, it's just a quick return trip to the head office of the bank I work for in La Défense. It's pleasant to be able to enjoy the capital without the constant stress, even if I'm not exactly on vacation. Maybe it's a matter of context. I don't know. But I think to myself that this could be a great opportunity to hook up with some of my old college friends. I sit on the terrace under the awning, light a cigarette, and order a croque monsieur and a coffee. I mentally catalog my old friends and realize that those that I haven't lost track of have, like me, moved out to the provinces. Of course, there's my old pal Frank Duval. Last I heard, he still lives here. I could call him, see if he wants to meet up for a drink. Yeah, let's call Frank. I tell myself that a bit of moral support wouldn't hurt. Frank and I have known each other for so long. I feel a little ashamed of myself for not catching up with him more often. This is the time to fix that. I grab my phone and dial his number. He tells me he'd love to see me, and we agree on a meeting place for a drink later in the evening. Oh, we're gonna forget who he is, aren't we? I look forward to him, or he's gonna forget who we are. We'll never forget. I look forward to it happily. I finish my croquet monsieur. This is just this whole video is just gonna be me stumbling over words, isn't it? Just stumbling over words. Pay the bill and set off towards the nearest subway entrance. The rain is falling again when I get to St. Ouen. The address that Mark gave me is stall 73 in the Jules Valise market. I have trouble finding my way among the different markets, and I stop several times and ask for directions. When I finally stumble upon the entrance of Jules Valise market, it's well into the afternoon, and some of the stalls are already closing. I hope I'm not going to pay for my lie, and by finding myself faced facing a closed metal shutter. I work my way down a lane to stall 73. Unfortunately, instead of the old record stall I had hoped to find, the place is taken by a bookseller. A bit further along, there's a stall selling 1950s furnishings, which also has a few boxes of old records. Above the storefront, a sign announces Patty's Store, Hardware and Records. Maybe the owner, a young woman who looks like a Betty Page imitator, will be able to help me. On the other hand, the bookseller is unhurriedly moving his boxes of books inside. I wait a few minutes, undecided, when the bookseller, an old man with a mustache, approaches me. Hello, young lady. Come on, don't be scared. He beckons me closer. I will never be scared of books. I will never be scared of books. He beckons me closer. I need to decide. Question the bookseller. I decide to question the bookseller. Good afternoon, Mr. Pierre Duplot. Good to meet you. He holds out a hand. I shake it. Are you interested in old books? Can I help you with something? Yes, at least maybe. I'm looking for a stall that sells vinyl records. The address I was given is your pitch. I show him the paper with the address. Yes, I remember him. Elise. A nice boy. He was doing some research into the lemma. He gave his stall up to me when he left Paris. The Thelma? Wait, the Thelma? What's that? Yes, you know, the occult movement found by Crowley, among others. Crowley. The name's familiar. If you watch Supernatural. Do you watch Supernatural? Are you a fan of... After this chapter, I'm probably going to have to go do a water break real quick. Crowley. The name's familiar. Aleister Crowley, an Englishman. He wrote the Liber Elveligius. You must have heard of it. There are plenty of fictional works that refer to it, a bit like Lovecraft or Edgar Allan Poe. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I've got a very nice copy, if you like. An American first edition in excellent condition. But if you're really interested in the subject, the Theosophists are much more informative than Crowley. If I were you, I'd begin with Blacksfee instead of wasting your time with melodramatic Satan worshippers. He grabs a thick leather-bound volume labeled Isis Unveiled from the shelf behind him. I realize that the conversation is getting out of hand. If he starts trying to sell me his merchandise, I'll never get him back on track. I have to refocus this discussion fast. Press for an answer about Elise. Look, sir, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in your books. I just want to find my friend. The old man looks crushed. He must be a real fanatic. I know. If I had more time, I would. Ah, I see. Well, young lady, all I know for sure is that he let me have his pitch. When I asked him why he wanted to give up such a great pitch, I think he said something about London to continue his research. I have to admit, I wasn't really concerned. After all, it's none of my business. Anyway, that's all I can tell you. But you should ask Patricia. She's got a stall a bit further down the road. He points at a stall full of 1950s furnishings. It's called Cheese Patty. Chess Patty. She might be able to tell you more, considering that they were seeing a lot of each other, she and her friend, if you know what I mean. The bookseller looks at his watch. If you'll excuse me, it's time to shut up shop. Ha ha ha. I don't have any advice for you, but you should hurry if you want to talk to Patty. And if you're ever looking for a particular publication, do let me know. Thank you, Mr. Duplot. Good evening. I know what I have to do. I approached the young woman who was writing in a large notebook. The day's accounts, probably. Hello, I guess you're Patty? She looks up at me and answers with a slight Italian accent. Patricia, Patty's for the tourists. What can I do for you? I'm looking for the owner of the old record store on pitch 73. Elise, the new stall holder told me that you, knew him? Patricia gives a broad smile as she gazes at me. Let me guess. Alice, right? She burst out laughing at my startled expression, delighted to have astounded me, but without a trace of spite. It's funny. You're not at all how I imagined you'd be. But how? Oh, it's simple. Elise told me about you, of course. You really screwed his head up when you left him, you know? He's the one who left me. But he's the one who left me. Patricia stares at me. Straight away, I regret my outbursts. How do you two know each other? He took stall 73 about 3-4 years ago? He was just next door and he seemed nice, so I went over to say hello and we became friends. Something tells me they were more than just friends. Yeah, the bookseller. The bookseller tells you they're more than just friends. I'm reluctant to ask her. Don't ask. I decided I prefer not to know, but I suppose my agitation must be obvious. Patricia snorts with laughter again. The situation seems to amuse her enormously, yet there's no hostility, no spite. Just a disarming honesty, paired with a certain audacity. Yes, we were having sex, your man and I. He even lived at my place for a while, when he first arrived in Paris. But it didn't work out? Patricia hews a theatrical sigh, intensely Italian. No. But it had nothing to do with you, my dear. We weren't meant to last. You wasn't really my type, if you know what I mean. Patricia gives a knowing smile and continues talking before I've really had the chance to figure out what she's trying to tell me. And I have to say that his hippie music got on my nerves pretty quickly. Let me guess, you're more of a cramps or meteors type of girl, right? Gal. Exactly. We could see eye to eye on the Sonics and the Kinks, but that gave us a pretty small common ground. And of course, I soon realized that he was still hung up on you. I really feel like I should know more about music to understand this. Like, to really appreciate this, I feel like I need to know more music stuff. I'm like, oh hey, musical adventure, let's go. I didn't realize it's gonna be this much lingo and knowledge. Like, sure. I barely know my own music tastes. How am I supposed to know what things are? Oh, okay. Of course, I soon realized that he was still hung up on you. Anyway, we broke up, but we stayed on good terms. He's not the type to hold a grudge. He leaves. So I'm going with like not talking about the record because like I feel like I should be sus. Mark, we've known Mark for a while. Because he's business partners and all that. But I don't think I should talk about the record to anyone else, just in case. I don't know who to trust. So ask if she knows where Elise is. Do you know what happened to him after he left Paris? The new owner of his pitch told me he probably went to London. He left in a bit of a hurry, but that's what he told me too. What do you mean, in a hurry? Well, it pretty much happened overnight. He didn't want to tell me exactly why he was leaving. To tell the truth, I thought he was leaving for you, to go back to you. I guess I was wrong. Patricia rummages in her bag and pulls out her cell phone. She checks the time. It's time to close up. Do you have plans for this evening? Her question catches me unawares. I had plans to meet a friend for drinks. Why do you ask? That's a shame. I could have introduced you to someone who might have some answers to your questions. We shouldn't have called Frank. I can cancel with Frank easy enough. I can always see him some other time. On the other hand, do I really want to spend the evening with Patricia and this mystery person? Ask for an explanation. Sorry, but what do you mean by someone who'll have the answers to my questions? Patricia smiles. An old musician that I know. You spent some time with him before he left. Maybe he can clue you in better than I can. What do you say? I don't know. What do I say? Good friend answers. Good friend that we haven't seen in forever and we said that we're going to meet up with them answers. Old musician. Could be looking for the record. Friend won't get any answers. Musician? Friend. So what? Can I actually click this? What is this? Ooh, lexicon. We actually have answers. I can actually look the stuff up. The lexicon. It's too much for my brain at the moment. It'll be something for later. But that's good to know that we can look at the stuff. Go with her? Maybe? I feel bad though about like making plans and then canceling the plans. Like I feel like this could be a trap. Like I don't know, something's telling me it might be a trap. Could be a trap. Ugh. Actually, real quick, I gotta check something. Okay. Oh. Like, could get answers. Could get answers. But at the same time, we made the plans already. Like, I'm curious where the C. Frank's gun would go. Because, like, there's just, like, meeting up with a friend. So how would that continue the story? And then we go to London. Okay, we'll go with Patricia. Alright. Just give me a minute to call my friend and let him know. I move away to call Frank. He's a bit disappointed, but he seems distracted. I offered to meet him tomorrow, but unfortunately this is his last evening in Paris. A pity. I promise to make it up to him next time. I go back to Patricia, who's waiting patiently for me to hang up. Oh, I wonder if he's distracted. I wonder if the people following me went and is threatening him. Now I'm like scared for his life. Oh. So I go back to Patricia, who's waiting patiently for me to hang up. She smiles at me. Help me shut up shop. I help Patricia stow away the record crates and small pieces of furniture that were beneath the awning. Then she pulls down the metal shutter. Whoops. And then we head somewhere. I didn't see. I accidentally double-clicked. 3 hours and 2 gins and tonics later, I'm still waiting to meet Patricia's mystery man. We'd left Jules Val's market and we caught a metro, then another. Patricia had steered me to a gaudy bar in a little street in the 11th arrondissement near the Basel. The music, an eclectic mix of garage, rockabilly, and psychedelic, blaring out at an almost deafening volume, and the extremely reasonable price of the drinks seemed to be the major selling points of this joint. We found Patricia's friends. We quickly hit it off. Paul and John are record store owners. They recall meeting Elise when he was in Paris and going out with Patricia. This doesn't particularly surprise me. Elise tends to stick in your mind. Justine works at the town hall in the 8th arrondissement, and Claudia in the clothes shop in Charlotte. Luke, who must be getting on for 50, is part of the technical crew at the Olympia. We talk a lot about music. We chat a little about our lives. Paul tries to flirt mildly with me, but Patricia freezes him with a look, and he stops, a little embarrassed. When I ask Patricia which of her friends I should question about Elise, she tells me that Nanzo isn't there yet, that he'll be there later, after work. I'm ordering another drink when I feel Patricia's hand on my arm. She speaks into my ear above the hubbub. Come on, I'm going to introduce you to Nanzo. I follow her to the end of the bar to find that a new rival has joined the little group. A man, rather advanced in years, dressed in a velvet suit with a flowery shirt. He gives a shout of laughter, an easy smile creasing his white bearded face. His presence is magnetic. The image of an old wizard runs through my head, but I have a sense that this man is very down to earth, rooted in reality and delighting in life. Ah, Patricia, Vanga Ki. He kisses the young woman affectionately, like an old uncle kissing his favorite niece, which makes me wonder if they're maybe related in some way. Then he turns to me. Good evening. I think we don't know each other yet. Yes? No, I'm Alice. Nice to meet you. He speaks with a strong Italian accent, which strengthens my idea of a family connection. Enzo, I don't know if you remember these. You know I introduced you? At the mention of my ex, a shadow passes over the old man's smiling face. Alice is looking for him. I suggested that she meet you, seeing as you and Elise got on so well. Do you know what happened to him after he left Paris? Enzo gestures me to follow him. Come with me. We're going somewhere we can talk without shouting. Enzo and I walk out of the bar and up the road to a little courtyard. Enzo sits on a bench. I sit down next to him. He lights a cigarette, then offers me the pack. I accept one and let him light it for me. I'm not going to make any bones about it. If I mention a certain record, a 45 with a white sleeve, well, I'm caught off by this question. Should I be weary of this man, or can I trust him? You know what? Let's tell the truth. Earlier I said, hey, this might be a trap, but he's down to earth, realistic. Okay, tell the truth. Yes, I know the record you're talking about. It's one of the reasons I'm trying to find Elise. I suppose it's because of this record that he got in contact with you, right? Enzo smiles. Yes and no. As you've guessed, yes, I listened to the record a long time ago. But the fact that Elise and I met is really just chance. Or destiny. Have you seen the film Les Cercles Rouges? Let me see, no. No, sorry, it doesn't ring a bell. That doesn't surprise me. It's a very old French crime movie with Alain Delon and Yves Montand. Why? Why do I not know anything? Okay. Pronunciation or anything. At the start of the film, Jean-Pierre Melville, the director, invented a quote which he attributed to Guantanamo, and which I think perfectly applies to all the people who have listened to that record. When men, even unknowingly, are to meet one day, whatever may befall each, whatever the diverging paths, on the said day they will inevitably come together in the red circle. Seeing my confusion, Enzo adds, There aren't so many of us to have listened to the record, but our paths keep crossing, as if our fates were linked. I suppose you have listened to the record too. You must understand what I'm talking about. Enzo glances at me out of the corner of his eye. I'm sure he's reading my face like an open book. Believe it or not, I really did meet Elise by chance. What were the chances that he would rent the pitch next to my niece's, or that they would hit it off? So much that she introduced him to me because we shared a passion for psychedelic music. It's true that's strange. Why are you looking for him? He contacted me, by mail, a few days ago. I knew straight away that something wasn't right. Enzo takes a deep breath and rolls his eyes. He wanted to know more about the record, to know where it came from, to know how it worked. told me about you, you know? That doesn't surprise me. I understand. I talk about him too, sometimes. Believe me, there are some people, some regrets, that we carry with us all our lives. The last time I saw him, he talked about London. He had a solid lead. Yes, that's what the new owner of his stall told me. But you know, London, that's big. You said a solid lead. Can you be more precise? Enzo looks troubled. Sorry, you at least dropped by to see me. I was at work. Something about a DJ. Something Putman, I think? A DJ? Yes, on the radio. A radio presenter. Did he say which station? Enzo shrugs. That doesn't help me much. But it's better than nothing, I suppose. Enzo must see the disappointment in my face because he adds, if I'd known you'd be looking for him, I'd have asked for more details. We were quiet for a moment. I think Enzo has told me all he knows about Ulysse, which isn't much. I could cut the conversation short and suggest we go back to the bar. I could also ask him to tell me his story. I want to hear his story. He hasn't told me how he came to have the record. Ask about his past. You haven't told me how you came to have the record. It's a long story. Are you sure you want to listen to the ramblings of an old man? I smile. Yes, since I asked, of course I'm interested. Enzo looks delighted. Yes. Very well. I warned you. I played in a musica psychedelica band when I was young in Italy. We played a lot of concerts. We even took part in some of the big festivals at the time. Glastonbury, the Isle of Wight. We weren't as good as Airplane or The Dead, but we weren't bad. We released a record with a little label over there. What was your band called? Chiodo del Terra. That means Heart of the Earth. I can't read, guys. Why did I choose? Before I can find the words to tell him that the name meant nothing to me, Enzo rescues me from my confusion by adding, it's normal you've never heard of us. We didn't sell much. When I'm in a record store, I always check the 60s box, hoping to find a copy, but I've only come across 4 since the band broke up. I guess the unsold ones were in a warehouse somewhere, or they've just been destroyed. It came out in 1971. The golden age was almost over. If we started a few years earlier, we would have had a chance. At least I think so. Anyway, we were discovered by Vertigo. Philips' experimental label? That's it. They were already a prestige label at the time. We thought that if we signed with them, our success was guaranteed. Giuseppe, our guitarist, promised them a really ambitious concept double album. They just released 666 from Aphrodite's Child, and they thought we had the chops to make the same type of album, but with our Italian feel. They sent us to Paris to record at the Europa Sonia studio where Aphrodite's Child had recorded 666. That's where I listened to the record. The record company had sent us this Russian to deal with the production. Sergei Vchikov. I can tell I've been like speaking straight for, let's see, an hour and a half now. Vinovich. Sergei Ivanovich. I've been in it. We are definitely going to grab some water after this chapter. Sergei. Okay, got it. Really talented guy. The stuff he could pull out of the studio recording was miraculous. But how should I say it? He was crazy. He was cray-cray. Crazy? In what way? Where do I start? He took incredible amounts of drugs. Yeah, that would do it. He was unpredictable. Giuseppe adored him straight away. Me, I preferred to keep my distance. One day he arrived at the studio with the record. He introduced it as the ultimate psychedelic trip, better than ayahuasca. I don't know my drugs, but okay. Giuseppe listened to it first. He convinced the other members of the band to listen too. I didn't put up much of a fight. After all, it was just a record. It couldn't be worse than listening to the B-side of White Light, White Heat on acid, right? Enzo stops. I turn towards him. His eyes are damp. I realize that the record probably stole a piece of his life too. A piece of him. The record stole someone from you too? The record stole someone from you too. Enzo sighs. Yes, you could say that. The record made me relive my past. Before I listened to it, I was married. My wife, Julia, was expecting our first child. Aww. When I came back to reality, she was dead. A car accident 2 years earlier. It was my fault. I never knew that Giuseppe and the others saw. I never knew what Giuseppe and the others saw when they listened to the record, or if they changed their pasts. I never asked them. Of course, I listened again and again to the record the next day after I realized it had destroyed my life, my familia. And did he succeed? No, the record never again gave me a moment when I could have stopped the accident. But each time I listened, my presence changed, bringing me back to a reality that was further and further from my memories. I didn't care. All I wanted was to get my Julia back. But no matter what I tried to change, she was dead, and I was in the studio, recording a record. What happened after? The band collapsed. I needed to grieve. No one understood what I was going through. No one could understand, really. When I resurfaced a few months later as a pizza cook in a restaurant in the 11th arrondissement, our album was almost finished when I left. But seeing as there was no more band to promote it, Vertigo never released it. Giuseppe was the only one to stay in music. He had a little success in Italy in the 80s, a disco track under an American-sounding stage name. And then my sister moved to France after she separated from her daughter's father. Her daughter, Patricia, I suppose? Enzo smiles. There you go. Now you know everything. Do you know where it came from? Do you know how your sound engineer, Sergi, how he got the record? I can tell you what he said to me at the time, but I can't promise it's the truth. I shrug. Go on. Sergi won it in a poker game in a hippie commune in Germany. Really? I don't recall the details. He was always telling unbelievable stories, but then some of those were confirmed by people I trusted, so who knows? Why not that one? And before Germany? There are several theories about the origin of the record. According to Sergi, the record was recorded by Timothy Leary just before he left the United States. Timothy Leary, the acid test guy. Exactly. Considering what a strong advocate for LSD he was, the theory seems plausible to me. Didn't he make a record in Germany with the Krautrock band at the beginning of the 70s? Yes, 7 Up with Ashra Temple, but that was 2 or 3 years after I listened to the record. Hang on though, in that case, why didn't you at least follow that lead? Surely he must be in Berlin or Munich instead of London, right? Oh, of course he at least tried that lead when I told him my story. He even went to Germany last year. Unfortunately, that was a dead end. We sat in silence on the bench. Enzo has lit another cigarette. He finishes it, crushes it out, and we go back to the bar. The place has started to empty. The end of the evening is drawing near. The background music, firmly rock and roll when we left, has mellowed into soul. Probably Al Green or Wilson Pickett. The group has migrated to a table at the back of the bar. I pick up my barely touched drink and sit down. The ice has melted. A pity.
Enzo chats to Paul. He looks so cheerful, as if nothing was wrong. I try to organize my thoughts when I feel a hand on my thigh. Patricia sits next to me. Was Enzo able to help you? I consider the question for a few seconds. Honestly, he mostly just confirmed what I already knew. That said, he was kind enough to tell me about his past. The record stole his wife from him, his familia, he says. At least Jean-Baptiste is still alive in this reality, but it reaffirmed my belief that the record shouldn't be used lightly. Who knows what strange version of me I could find myself in. I realized that Patricia was still waiting for my answer. Yes, Enzo helped. Yes, thank you for introducing me to your uncle. He confirmed that I was on the right track. That's great, and it let us get to know each other better too. We're interrupted by Justine, who's getting up, signaling us that she's going, closely followed by Claudia and Paul. We exchange kisses. Luke, Jean, and Enzo seem deep in a heated discussion. Patricia turns to me. I'm going to head off soon, too. Can I offer you a last drink at my place? I live 3 blocks away. I wasn't born yesterday. The signals that Patricia has been sending me all evening are pretty clear. It's clearly not just a last drink that she's offering. On one hand, I could see it as cheating on Jean-Baptiste. On the other, this moment will probably be erased when I listen to the record again. I flirted with a few women during my first years at college, but I never took it all the way. Maybe I was too conventional. Maybe I was scared of being ostracized. This moment outside my true reality, wouldn't it be the right time to try something new without risking the consequences? I mean, on one hand, you know, give me one. Got a message. Like, oh, super tempted. No, I'll probably do it. Yeah. Okay. We'll spend the night with her. She seems nice. I like her. She's cute. We'll do it. Okay, a last drink. I put. Wait, no. The record is at the hotel room. They're gonna steal the record. I forgot. I should have went back. No, they're gonna steal the record. Put my hand over hers. With pleasure. So let's go. Patricia gets up and says goodbye to her uncle and friends. I do the same. Then I follow her out, and we're swallowed by the Parisian night. I forgot about the record. I forgot about the record. I let Patricia guide me through the narrow streets. After several hundred meters, I have the feeling of being watched again. Patricia knows and asks me what's wrong. I feel like someone's following us. Oh yeah, my mask is over it. Yeah, right there. Do you think? She looks around. Oh, you're right. I know this guy. Further down the sidewalk, I can make out the shape of the man in the leather jacket. Hey, stop following us, Eddie. We've seen you. Eddie? Yeah, Yes, actually it's Jean-Luc Granville, but he prefers to be called Eddie Black. He's a loser, a has-been. Oh, okay. After hesitating for a moment, he comes towards us. When he passes beneath the street lamp, I recognize his face. It's the old rockabilly who was listening to my conversation with Mark 2 days ago in Barracks. Sorry, Patty. I didn't want to bother you. I just wanted to speak to the young lady. He jerks his chin in my direction. Well, first, the young lady has a name. She's called Alice. Secondly, it's the middle of the night in a back street. Do you really think that's the right moment to ask anyone anything? If you have something to say to my friend, you say it at a decent time and place, okay? But there's no but. Go on, get out of here. Eddie hesitates again, opens his mouth to speak, thinks again, and then, looking sheepish, heads off in the other direction. Patricia watches him until he turns the corner and is out of sight. He lives in the neighborhood. I bump into him a lot. He's not a bad guy, but he's kind of clueless. He wouldn't stop hassling Elise about some rare record. I hope he won't bother you too much with all that. He does seem kind of yeah. He does seem a lot more harmless than like initially felt, but at the same time it worries me a bit. I have to confess, it does worry me a bit all the same. He followed me from Barracks. I already caught him listening in on my conversations. My apartment and my apartment was searched. Searched? Honestly, I can't see Eddie breaking into people's homes. Are you sure it wasn't just a burglary? I shake my head. No, whoever broke in didn't steal anything. It has to have something to do with Elise. I don't know what he's got himself into, but I'd be careful if I were you. Patricia stops in front of a turn-of-the-century building with a coach gate. Well, here we are. She rummages in her bags for her keys, then we climb the 6 flights up to her little apartment under the eaves. The interior reflects her perfectly, lush and baroque, with lots of 1950s furniture. Patricia kicks off her heels and slips off her jacket and bag in the entry hall before choosing a record to put on the turntable. She directs me to do the same while she goes to get us a drink. I sit down on her shabby old sofa. The crackling of the record gives way to the smooth voice of a crooner, accompanied by a few sultry piano notes, probably Sinatra. Patricia returns with 2 cocktail glasses full of clear liquid, olives bobbling at the bottom of each. I found the makings of a gin martini. I hope you like it. She puts the glasses on the coffee table and snuggles up against me. After all the signals she's sending me this evening, her intentions couldn't be clearer. If I really don't want this night to finish in her bed, I need to tell her right now. With that in mind, I need to be extremely tactful if I don't want to upset her. I could also take the lead and show her that we're on the same wavelength. Welcome back from ad break, and who is on the ad break? We're gonna woo her. I feel like it. We're gonna kiss her. We're gonna have one night stand with her. Let's go. Again, we sometimes play mature games. I don't know where this is going, but sometimes we do play mature games. But chat has to remain family friendly. Let's kiss her. Let's do this. I take her face gently between my hands and press a shy kiss onto whatever. We're kissing her mouth. Let's go. Which she returns in fever. We stay on the couch for a while, intertwined. Then she takes my hand and guides me to her bedroom. I'm woken by the sound of water running through the ancient pipes and the ray of sunshine which filters through the blinds. I've hardly had time to surface, stretch, and sit up in bed when Patricia puts her head around the door. Oh, you're awake? I'm also realizing she's not wearing anything. I wish I noticed that. I would have put the cat thing up. Yes, I answer, stifling a yawn. Do you mind if I finish getting ready in here? I have to open my stall at 11. I shake my head. Okay. Patricia, her hair wrapped in a towel, crosses the room and opens the blinds, then the window. The sun is shining brightly outside, and the early fall chill dispels my sleepiness. She sits down in front of her dressing table and begins to apply her makeup. So then, you're leaving for London next, are you? That's right. As soon as I've dropped into my hotel and got myself a train ticket. Do you have something to go on to find Elise over there? Your uncle told me about a radio presenter, somebody Putman, but he wasn't sure. Except for that, not much, unfortunately. Patricia's hand, which holds her mascara, freezes, and she seems to be thinking something over. I'll give you one of his contacts, a record store guy. He came and spent a weekend in Paris with us when we were together, your man and I. A really good guy, you'll see. She grabs a notepad and an eyeliner which lies on her dressing table and notes down a name and address. Alan O'Reilly? Riley? Well, you wouldn't know him. It was me who introduced him to Elise. He's an old friend of mine, actually. I lay the paper on the bedside table. Thank you anyway. At least I know where to start when I get to London. Patricia gives me a big smile in the mirror. You're welcome. Plus, I had a great evening and a just as lovely night. I can feel that the unexpected compliment has made me blush a bit, despite myself. Sorry, this will be a bit noisy. Patricia seizes the hair dryer and begins to subdue her damp mass of brown curls. I watch her distractedly, trying to put some order in my thoughts. At least I've gotten somewhere to aim for in London. That's something. Right, well, I really have to run. Oh, one last thing, if you don't mind. I gesture her to continue. It would be easier to talk to musicians and record guys if, how should I put it? I looked a bit less like a banker. That's it, exactly. I realized that actually I don't need to dress as if I were heading for the office. I packed my bag on kind of autopilot as if I were going to a conference. You're perfectly right. Anyway, if I continue my quest, either I'll have to buy some new clothes or I'll have to drop by the laundromat. She gets up, leans over, and kisses my cheek. Oh, sweet. There's coffee in the machine, and I left you a set of keys on the table. Take your time. Have a shower if you want, and if you can drop the keys in the post box on the way out, that would be great. Thanks. An hour or so later, I leave the apartment too and head toward my hotel. 9 o'clock. I'm on a train heading to London, arriving at St. Pancras in just over 2 hours, which gives me the time to find a hotel and prepare my search. As there's probably no better way of finding a record store owner than talking to other record store owners, I'll begin by making a list of stores to visit. I already have a name and address, Alan O'Reilly. That's better than nothing. I'll take the opportunity to ask a few questions about the record too. Maybe I'll be able to get more precise information about this Putman that Anzo mentioned. After my exciting night, I've spent a hectic morning, running from subway to subway to catch the first train, and all on an empty stomach. If I'm going to be roaming London with my suitcase, I really should eat something first. I grudgingly decide to take a wander down to the buffet car to buy myself a sandwich, which is unlikely to be tasty, but which will certainly be very expensive. Instinctively, I check the record tucked well away at the bottom of my bag and begin the trek to car 13. I'm ordering a ham sandwich and a cup of inspired brown liquid, which claims to be coffee, when I notice a poster suggesting that maybe it would be a good idea to invest in a travel card. I check my wallet to see if, by any chance, I have forgotten an Oyster card with a few credits on it from my last conference in London. As I feared, it must be on a shelf somewhere in my apartment in Borax. Unless, of course, it simply doesn't exist at all in this reality. The steward behind the counter tells me that he's sorry, but they're all out of prepaid cards. I've just resigned myself to a long wait in line on my arrival in the bustle of King's Cross Station when the person behind me offers me her card. I turn, surprised. She's in her 30s, with short hair and a trouser suit. Why is she offering her card? Her card to us? Oh, let's accept. Look, that's really kind of you. Thanks. Out of curiosity, I added, can I reimburse you for it? No, there's no need, really. Eva. Her French is excellent, despite the touch of a foreign accent which I can't place. If you're really resolved on the exchange of resources, buy me a coffee and we'll call it even. I'm almost out of cash and avoid me paying the card charges for such a small amount. And anyway, I wouldn't mind a bit of company. It'll help pass the time, don't you think? She's gonna be another record listener. She holds out a hand. Eva, nice to meet you. Alice. I shake her hand, nod, and order another espresso for her. I join my generous benefactor, who's taking a place near the counter. I slide the coffee to her. She slides the travel card to me. So tell me, Alice, what brings you to London? I take a minute to watch her before answering. This Eva is a bit odd. I'm certainly not going to share my private business with a stranger, no matter how generous she is. Plus, there's nothing to convince me that she's not the umpteenth person who wants to steal Ulysses' record. Be evasive or make something up. Either way, we're not telling her. So, evasive could be like, which you're on a train. I'm gonna make something up or be evasive. Make something up. I'm gonna spend a few days with some friends. Nothing very exciting. Really? It's funny. I didn't have you down as a tourist. What makes you say that? I don't know. A feeling. I'd have said you're coming to London with a clear purpose. Looking for someone, perhaps? No, not exactly that. You lived through something that's changed your view of the world, and you're looking for answers, right? I involuntarily stiffen. So in fact, she knows exactly who I am, and her presence in the line was no coincidence. She scrutinizes me, her eyes too intense, too piercing, making me extremely uneasy. As if she could plumb the depths of my soul with a glance. I try to regain control of the conversation by turning the question back on her. And you, what brings you to London? Well, I guess you could say I lost something a few years ago, an object that was priceless to me and my organization. Oh, she is the one that's going after us. After finally tracking it down, very recently, I found that it changed hands before I could, let's say, secure a transaction. If you see what I mean. If I had any doubts about my companion's intentions before, they were now crystal clear. I could try to feign ignorance and slip away. I don't believe Eva's the type to make a scene in public. I could also finish this game of make-believe and confront her head-on about the record. She knows it's us. Like, I am curious, but at the same time, like, how dangerous is she? We don't know. Speak frankly, because I feel like this will make her even more suspicious of us. Like, she already knows, but speak frankly. We're gonna speak frankly. Right, let's stop this little game and speak frankly. I do actually have in my possession a rare record, which was sent to me without any explanation of what would happen if I listened to it. The record stole my fiancé from me, and I have no intention of letting it go before I, how do I put it, get back to my reality. If you know how I should do that, I'm all ears. Eva gives me a half smile, tinged with a mixture of melancholy, weariness, and maybe a touch of irony. I'm not going to lie to you, or comfort you with false hope. The chances of you managing to undo the effects of the record are extremely slim. The choir of the gods is not so easily mastered. However, if your ties with your fiancé were erased so easily, haven't you considered that perhaps it's because they weren't as strong as you thought? You don't know me. How can you claim that when we don't even know each other. I don't need to know you to know that you're a lemming, like most of the people around us. You know, men and women who are truly capable of taking their fate into their own hands are rare. It requires a strength of the soul that I don't discern in you. You'll forgive me. She lets out a sigh. Anyway, I don't feel that you're in the right state of mind to talk at present. But something tells me that we'll meet again. And next time, I hope with all my heart that you'll be ready to return that which belongs to me. She turns to the window and watches the English countryside rush past, cutting off the conversation. I wait, undecided, for a moment before taking my sandwich and my coffee and leaving the buffet cart. The first thing I notice when I get back to my seat is that my case is gone. I understand better why Eva had redoubled her efforts to keep me talking. I conclude that she must have one or several accomplices, unlike Eddie Black, who seems to be operating alone. I don't expect I'll see my case again, which, in any case, contained nothing of any value, just some toiletries and the few clothes I'd brought with me. The record is safe in my handbag, with my papers. My neighbor, in the next seat, looks like she's fast asleep, and I don't have the heart to wake her to ask if she'd noticed anything. As a salve to my conscience, I question the two teenagers in the seat across the aisle, but they shrug their shoulders and murmur sorry. I drop into my seat, struggling against panic. The thought of finding the conductor and telling him about my problem crosses my mind, but I banish it quickly. And what if that's exactly what they expect me to do? I admit to myself, with some difficulty, that the conversation with Eva has really shaken me up. Eva will certainly be on the lookout for her first chance to get hold of the record. I'll have to be doubly careful now. The last half hour of my journey drags past in feverish suspense. When the train finally begins to pull into the station, I leave my seat to be near the exit, ready to disappear into the crowd as soon as it stops and the doors open. Okay, we're on chapter 3. I gotta pause because I really gotta grab some water. So we are going to throw up. This one, I think that's the right one. Let's see. Oh, I can't read it. That's small though. Can I just there? That will it's against his forehead. That makes sense. Okay, I will be back shortly. I promise.
Okay, I'm back. Do 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 do. Boop boop do do do. Set that back. Got that. Okay. Alright, exactly at the 2 hour mark I return. Did they? No. They did not. Yeah, sorry, it took a little bit longer than expected. Had to also refill the Brita filter because I finished off everything, all the water that was in there in the filter. But hey, I'm getting my voice back now. Also, am I? I am, okay. Hands. Good, okay. Gotta touch up my hair tomorrow. Over the weekend. My friend's gonna be helping me touch up my hair. Cause it's time for touch up. Oh, London. Chapter 3, London. So it looks like we're about halfway through. Approximately. That's goodish. Okay. It's almost 10 o'clock in the morning, local time. I'm in a pub in Holborn with a large coffee and a phone book in front of me. Yesterday, when the train got in, I had scurried to the underground without a backward glance. I had the feeling that several people were seeking me out in the crowd, but I don't know if it was my paranoia at work or if either really did have henchmen ready at the station platform to intercept the record. Whatever the case, I'd managed to jump onto a train without confrontation. Considering the circumstances, it was probably risky to stay close to the station, so I made the journey to a little hotel that I'd stayed in for a conference organized by my employers at the bank last spring. After my difficult day, which had ended with me crossing London, constantly checking over my shoulder to be sure I wasn't being followed, I decided to get an early night, which is why I find myself at a relatively early hour making a list of the city's record stores with the hope that someone will be able to help me find Ulysses' trail again. I take a mouthful of my cooling coffee, glancing at my handbag. The room that I'd booked didn't have a safe, so I brought the record with me, not daring to trust it to the reception desk. I turned the page of the phone book, continuing my selection. To avoid spending too much time traveling, I tried to restrict myself to the Mayfair and Covent Garden areas, which had the advantage of being central and being part of the supposedly trendy districts. There's no point making lists as long as my arm. 3 well-chosen record stores should be enough for me to find the answers to my questions. If none of them can help me, I'm pretty sure that at least one of them will be able to point me in the direction of a colleague who may know more. Record store owners are like big cats. Each one has their own hunting ground, and they often quench their thirst at the same watering hole. Of course, I began by checking the address of Alan O'Reilly's store, Patricia's friend. His store, Yard Sale Records, is on Carnaby Street. The road is well known for being crammed with clothes and thrift stores. I should be able to buy myself a few clothes there without breaking the bank. With the disappearance of my case, I've had to resign myself to wearing yesterday's clothes, which have already been through the clammy filth of the subways of 2 cities and a train journey, all of which prompts me to start the day with a bit of shopping. I confess, when I got up this morning after that setback, giving up my search and going back to Burchak's certainly crossed my mind. But I quickly changed my mind. After all, my apartment had been searched before I left. If I give up now, it's only a matter of time before someone manages to steal the record from me. I need to know what's happened to these. Not to mention that I still intend to learn how to use the record to return to my reality. Even if the people I've spoken to up to now haven't given me much hope of success in that particular venture. I turned back to the phone book. I add Strawberry Fields Record Store to my list. The store claims to be the oldest and most psychedelic in the city since 1966. In other words, since the great days of swinging London.
Concerning the age of the store, I imagine there's a strong possibility that Elise has been there. And to finish, a little further away, in Mayfair, Sidecare's Vinyls is specialized in secondhand records, with an advert that says True Rock and Roll, Garage and 60s. I gulp down the rest of my coffee, pay my bill at the bar, and as customary this side of the channel, then I head west along New Oxford Street. The sky is overcast, but not threatening the rain. I decide a walk will do me good, especially as Carnaby Street is only half an hour away on foot, as far as I recall. On the way, I stop at a Marks and Spencer that I come across. To deal with the most pressing needs, I buy a small travel bag and throw in some toiletries, underwear, and a few pairs of warm tights to combat the hostile chill of the British fall. With the prices in mind, I try to stick to the strictly necessary. Even if, theoretically, this London escape will be erased when I listen to the record again, it would be annoying to run short of funds before that. Quarter of an hour later, I'm in Carnaby Street. I begin, as planned, by visiting a few thrift stores. Recreating a wardrobe for nothing, even a basic one, seems like an almost impossible task which could easily take all day. So I try not to get distracted and to focus on the basics. I remember Patricia's remark the evening before and make sure I'm not dressed in a too professional style. In the end, I have a few tops that can be worn anywhere, a turtleneck sweater, 2 pairs of faded jeans, and a short skirt. I don't know if I'll have the chance to wear it, but I can't resist a very 60s pale blue shift dress. It's probably not wise, but I think I can allow myself one impulse buy, after all. That should be enough for a few days. As if my wanderings take me to another country again, at least I'll be traveling light. Oh, and if, not as if. I use the store fitting room to change and slip my dirty clothes into a pocket of my travel bag. Instantly, I feel much better with clean clothes. I look at the time. It's almost midday. I've decided that I spent enough time on provisions. It's time to focus on my main reason for coming here. When I get to Yardsdale Records, the store is plunged in darkness. A notice taped to the door window tells me in handwritten capital letters, "Won't open until late. Come back later. Sorry/not sorry, Alan." Sorry but not sorry, Alan. Too bad. I'll have to come back later. Maybe Patricia's friend will have decided to get out of bed by then? Okay, so Strawberry Fields is... I just had it. So this one's the oldest, and this one is more psychedelic. Or like, no, this one's like the reused, and this is like oldest than psychedelic. Welcome back from ad break. And who's on ad break? Let me think. Actually, you know, we could, that's the lexicon. Is it lower? Low, okay. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Okay. Oldest and most psychedelic since 1966, or secondhand records ever, says True Rock and Roll, Garage, and 60s. Probably Strawberry Record, I think. Strawberry Fields Record Store. Let's go. Stuck between a book and a pub, the faded old wooden facade. Strawberry Fields Record Store exudes character. The store is very well located on a touristy little pedestrian street. When I push open the door, my nostrils are assaulted by the sense of incense and patchouli. That's the right word. Patchouli. The interior, which is lit by a few floor lamps, is long and narrow, with tiers of records along each side. The A side of Forever Change plays at a volume as subdued as the lighting. Rare records are displayed along the walls, high up, with prices best described as exorbitant. To tell the truth, I feel more like I've walked to a museum than a shop. Once my eyes have become accustomed to the gloom, I make out, behind the counter, an old man with half-moon glasses, long white hair, and a beard just as white as and just as long. He's reading a battered paperback copy of the collected works of Allen Ginsberg. A roll-up burns at the corner of his mouth. I approach the counter and venture a shy hello. I have a strong feeling that I'm disturbing him. The old man doesn't even glance at me. I try a second louder hello, with the same result. "Gwen's coming," the man mutters into his beard. I'm seriously concerned leaving when the bead curtains at the back of the shop separate with a jingle, and a young woman with long blonde hair and welcoming smile appears. "Sorry for taking so long. I was just feeding Rob's cats. Can I help you?" Either I can ask if she knows these, or I can bring up the record, and hopefully without revealing too much. I could also decide that I'm wasting my time, make something up, and then slip away. Talk about these. Yes, it might sound a bit odd to you, but I'm looking for a friend of mine, a record store owner. These. Does that ring any bells? Rob lifts his eyes from his book and stares at me. Long brown curly hair, dark skin, glasses. He would have been in London a few months ago. You know, there are lots of record collectors. I don't know all of them. She turns to the old man. How about you, Rob? And ring any bells? Rob relights his cigarette and takes a deep drag. It's at that moment that I realize, from the curious smell of the smoke he exhales, that his roll-up contains more than just tobacco. I had a feeling. No, sorry, doesn't ring any bells. We have a lot of people passing through the shop. It's a pretty touristy area, you know? Usually it's Gwen who takes care of the customers. If she doesn't remember your friend, I doubt I could help. My memory isn't what it was. As if to prove his words, Rob takes another deep pull of his joint and goes back to his book. Gwen shrugs, looking sorry. Insist. Are you sure? He specialized in psychedelic music. I'd be surprised if you didn't know him. He might have a record to appraise with him. An acetate, 7-inch white label. Really? It doesn't strike a chord? Ah, yes, you should have said. Actually, someone did come by with a record like that. Gwen turns to Rob. It was in September when you were at Stonehenge with your hippie friends. To tell the truth, I'd completely forgotten about it. As Rob said, we have so many people coming through. And then the weirdos who think they're sitting on a gold mine and try to flog us the busted up upteenth release of Sgt. Pepper. There are shedloads of them. He was looking for information about his record, but what was weird was that he refused to put it on the record player. He told me it was the type of thing, if you have to listen to it, you can't help me. So, well, I couldn't do much for him. Rob puts his book down on the counter, crushes out his roach, and gets out of his chair. His lethargy seems to dissipate instantly. Wait a sec. You're telling me that someone came to the shop with Crowley's legendary recording and that you let him leave? Gwen blushes and stammers an excuse. How was I supposed to know that it was worth something? Rob turns to me and gazes at me intently. Do you know where the record is? I can give you a good price. It's not for sale. I'm sorry, it's not for sale. Ah, so it's you who actually has it, is it? Do you have it with you? Would you show it to me? I realized I've probably spoken too fast. Yeah, I should have done the other one. I really should be careful with this information. I've already got enough people after me. No, sorry again. Well, from the sound of your voice, I don't see the point of insisting, but if there comes a time when you do want to part with it, don't hesitate to come back to me, alright? My offer stands. I guarantee I'll give you a very good price. Wait a minute. You said it's a Crowley recording, right? You're not the first person to say that. There are plenty of stories going around. It's just the one that seems the most plausible to me. And it's the one that fits best with the supposed powers which people claim the record has. I've had this shop since the 60s. I've seen generations of musicians. That recording comes up in conversation pretty often. As a record collector, I've always dreamed of getting my hands on it, if it really does exist. So-called powers. Could you tell me more about those so-called powers? Bob shrugs. Most of it's cock and bull stories. I've heard all sorts. Some people claim it's an amazing psychedelic trip, better than listening to the second disc of Electric Ladyland on Sanzo's. Others say they know someone who listened to the record and that person had met God or aliens or leprechauns or whatever. To tell the truth, it's the historical value that interests me. Almost 40 years in this shop, I've seen quite a few gems. Test pressings of Airplane, a complete collection of originals from the Vertigo label, a factory-sealed copy of Wegmühl's Terror. That record, it's the holy grail of the record collectors. One last question. If you were looking for information about that recording, who would you ask? Rob thinks for a moment. Not really sure. What about your old mate, Art? Gwen turns to me. When he comes by the shop, you can't stop the two of them. I think he's the only person I know who's more of a rock history buff than Stoney. Hearing the nickname Stoney, Rob throws a murderous glance at Gwen, who seems to either not notice or not care. The only problem is that Art doesn't live in London anymore. When the house prices went up, he moved to Scotland. Going to Scotland? Art? Could you give me his full name, please? Arthur Pullman. He worked for the BBC on the radio. I realize that this is probably the Putman Enzo mentioned. As for his address, have you got it written down somewhere, Gwen? Gwen shrugs. I can look in the papers, but I can't promise anything. I'm gonna get some water. I've got plenty of time. That'd be very kind of you. I'll do it right now. It might take a bit of time, though. You saw the mess in the back of the shop. That's okay. I've got plenty of time. As she's about to go into the back of the store, Rob puts his hand on her shoulder to stop her. Hey, this is a record shop, not a detective agency. Sorry, but if you're not here to buy... I understand. Sorry, I won't bother you anymore. Thanks so much for all your help. Gwen gives me a little wave and I leave the store. I mean, we got the gist of what we need, right? I'm gonna try Yard Sale Records again. There are light and movement when my steps lead me back to Alan's store this time. A few loafers loiter among the boxers, while a young girl, focused on her listening, headphones firmly in place, moves the needle back and forth on a record player in one of the booths. The background music is folk, a little odd yet inspired, taught by a husky voice which murmurs in Spanish. The boxes seem to contain quite a lot of new releases, small presses of alternative bands. They have a second-hand section I don't know where it could be, which isn't exactly a good sign for my search. Wait, didn't I go with the... Yeah. Lead me back to Alan's store this time. Behind the counter, two sales clerks seem to be arguing. I move closer. Beth. Just because we've just opened up doesn't mean you can subject us to your wishy-washy folk music. It's way too late in the day for this. Right, Beth. First, it's not wishy-washy folk music. It's the latest record from Devidra Banhart. It's a new import we just got in. And second, this guy's a genius. And as Alan once again forgot to put his alarm on, we could say that it still counts as the morning, right? Fine then. But I get to choose the next record. Deal? Deal. As long as it's not your pseudo-feminist second-rate Sonic youth. Sleater Kinney, second-rate Sonic youth? It's the rock record of the year. Well, either it's that or it's the new Franz Ferdinand. Either it's that or it's the new Franz Ferdinand. Then nobody wins. I've been listening to it on repeat for the last month. We sell 3 copies every time we play it, Garrett. Do you like being able to pay your rent at the end of the month? Excuse me? Beth turns to me, beaming. Oh, sorry, excuse me. I had to interrupt my work for reasons of cultural divergence with my colleague, but he'll keep. The colleague rolls his eyes. What can I do for you? I'm looking for Alan O'Reilly. What's it about? If it's about an unpaid bill or something like that, it'd be better to come back tomorrow. I'm not sure the boss is in the right state. No, one of his friends sent me. Ah, I see. It's about a rare record? An acetate 7-inch white label. Does that ring any bells? Well, I know what acetate is, but I'd need a bit more detail. Do you know the artist? The name of the track? Beth clearly has no idea what I'm talking about. I'm about to give up when the other employee, Garrett, comes over. Maybe we should send her to see the boss? Do you reckon? I'm not sure Ellen's functioning well enough for any conversation longer than 3 words. Yes, but I overheard what you were saying. Ellen was talking about that record not long ago, with the geezer who came by the shop a few times, you know? Garrett turns to me. He was French, too. Dark-haired, dark-skinned glasses. That's the one. He had an unusual name. Sounded like James Joyce's book, Ulysses. Garrett says the name English style, pronouncing the final S. I correct him. Ulysse. Right, that's it. Do you know him? He's a friend, I guess you could say. I'm looking for him. I'm wondering if I'm pronouncing it wrong. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. I'm not French, I'm English. It's best if you talk to the boss. They had some dealings together. They were old friends, from what I understood. They knew each other back when the boss lived in Paris. Beth points to the left of the counter at a spiral staircase. He's upstairs in the second-hand section. As I climb the stairs, the music from the ground floor gradually fades, and when I reach the upper floor, there's a radically different atmosphere. The upper floor is engulfed in shadow, the lights off, the space lit only by the large window which runs the whole length of the wall. The room is a mess, with boxes of records piled up all over the place, making a striking contrast with the skillfully created trendiness of the ground floor. The final notes of Velvet Underground's Sunday Morning play on the sound system, and are followed by an English folk track from the same period, probably a cassette tape compilation. I gotta hydrate, because I keep forgetting to actually do that when I need to right now. At the end of the room, behind a desk overflowing with paperwork, a large red-headed guy sits, or rather sprawls, in his chair, his head back, and a t-shirt over his face. There's an empty beer mug in one hand, a tube of aspirin in another, and a cup of steaming tea cooling on the desk. I approach the desk nervously and clear my throat. Without moving, Ellen growls something that sounds like, "Beth, I told you, not today," but punctuated with various obscenities. It's not Beth. I've come from Patricia. My companion lifts the corner of the t-shirt, glances at me, lets out a long sigh, and sits up in his chair. Even now, on what is apparently a bad day, he gives off a kind of calm force which I find strangely attractive. Patricia? Yes, it's her who sent me. Yes, who I am is only accented French. The R is rolled. I'm Alice. I'm looking for Elise. Elise from Paris? Patricia's ex? Elise is primarily my ex, thank you very much. I claim him. Do that one because it's funny. Well, yes, but primarily my ex. Alan seems to have some trouble connecting the various facts of our rambling conversation. I mean, I probably should have went with the other one, but I just thought it's funny. And you are... Alice, I just told you. I'm also Ulysses X. I'm looking for him. Ellen gestures me to wait. To summarize, you're Alice, Ulysses X from before he moved to Paris. Is that right? I know. And you're looking for him. What can I do for you? Do you know where he is? Do you know where I can find him? Yes. No. Not really. Alan rolls his eyes. Sorry, I just woke up and, well, we were a bit wasted last night. What are you doing this evening? I don't have anything planned at the moment. There's a gig in a pub not far away. We planned on going, Beth and Garrett and I. Can we meet there, 6 p.m.? I need a little time to recover from my rough night. Alan pulls the t-shirt back over his face, which seems to mean that our conversation is over. Okay, I'm going to the pub. When I go back down the stairs, Beth signals me to come over. So he had a rough night. I told you. He told me to join you at the pub this evening. Do you have the address? Oh yes, the Fox and Sparrow. She notes the address down on paper for me. So I'll see you there? Unless you want to stay here till closing time. It's up to you. We've got good music and a few magazines to pass the time if you haven't got anything better to do in the meantime. On consideration, I could decide that between Alan and Rob, I've gathered enough information for the next step of my investigations. On the other hand, maybe I'd be missing out on a potential lead. I could be missing out. But we're also at, what are we at? 2.5 hours? Let's stay here. You're right, I'd just be wasting my time. I want to stay here and just hang out for a bit. And that way, I'll have the chance to catch up with what's new. We've got listening booths. Help yourself. Again, we can always return to this on a Tuesday. I think Beth and head off in search of a few records to listen to pass the time until closing. The Fox and Sparrow is only 2 streets away from Yard Sale Records, a typical London pub. Beth, Garrett, and Alan, who have regained some semblance of humanity after his long nap, had let me leave before them while they closed up. I considered waiting for them outside, but decided against it, so I head into the smoky warmth of the pub. The concert has already started. At the end of the room, on a platform, the band is playing a folk tune with a strange pagan sound. I order a drink and move closer to the stage. I allow the singer's incantation to lull me. She's completely immersed in her performance, which is punctuated by a large bearded man who thumps on a big drum with a stick, and is accompanied by a few crystalline guitar notes and the low humming of a cello. I take a moment to consider today's inquiries. They weren't a huge success. At least I have a full name now, Arthur Pullman, and a destination, Scotland. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. Anyway, all I can hope for is that Alan will have some answers for me. At least, it seems as though I've managed to shake off Eva for the time being. But something tells me it's just a temporary reprieve. I'm dragged away by my musings by a hand on my shoulder. This band do a fantastic version of Willow's song. Willow's song? I know that one. I think. Unless it's a different one. Unless it's a different song. There's so many. The track from the soundtrack of The Wicker Man? I love their interpretation of it. Look up at my companion and realize that he must measure at least 6'3", something I hadn't noticed when he was slumped behind his desk. Do you like it? Yes, I like it a lot. He gestures that he hasn't heard me with the volume of the band. I hesitate and take his arm so that I can repeat into his ear. Seeing my hesitation, he leans down just as I'm standing up on my tiptoes, and in the confusion of the moment, I simply tell him, yes, it's great. Alan gives me a slightly embarrassed smile. Ah, okay. There was a moment of silence before I noticed I hadn't released his arm. I let go, a little hasty, hoping I'm not blushing at my own awkwardness. We're wooing everyone. No. When I take a step back, he puts a hand on my shoulder and says into my ear, "We've managed to find a table. Are you coming? We'll be able to talk more easily." Beth is waiting for us at a table on the other side of the pub, far enough from the stage for the music to be at a reasonable level to talk without yelling. Garrett joins us, carrying 3 pints of beer, which teeter dangerously between his hands. He slides one over to Alan and another to Beth. I'm sorry, I didn't know what you were drinking. I raised my scarcely touched gin and tonic. I'm all set, thanks. We're going to go over and listen. Can you keep our seats for after the set? Alan agrees with a thumbs up. Garrett and Beth vanish into the crowd around the stage, and Alan turns to me. I'm sorry about earlier. I went to see Herm Dune in concert last night, and we had a few drinks after, and it got a little out of control. It doesn't happen as often as all that, but, well, I'll admit that today's been a little difficult. Anyway, as you can see, I'm feeling much better tonight. Alan takes a long swig of his beer. So have you seen Patricia lately? Is she okay? It's been ages since I was in touch with her. I'm not great with the telephone. Listen, she seemed pretty well. And I almost made a joke. I'm not gonna make a joke. Well, that's good. I lived in Paris for 2 years. I went for my last year of uni, then I got a job in a record shop in the Simile, and that's where I met her. Afterwards, I came back to the UK to start up my own shop, and we managed to stay in touch. I spend a weekend in Paris at least once a year, and she spends a weekend in London from time to time. That said, when I saw you come into the shop last month, I was a bit surprised. I bumped into him a few times when he was with Patty, a really great guy, but we lost touch when I moved to London. Did he tell you what he was doing in London? Did he tell you what he was doing in London? He was passing through. I put him up for a few days when he arrived, the time for him to find somewhere not too pricey to lodge. As far as I understood it, he was tracking down a rare record, an acetate by an unknown artist. When I told him I hadn't heard of his legendary record, he didn't want to tell me any more, and I didn't push him. Weren't you curious? Alan shrugs. From what I could see, reading between the lines, he was onto something big. I just thought that he wanted to keep his business under wraps. He came back by the shop, about 2 weeks ago, maybe? This time he was to tell me he was leaving London, and he asked if he could leave his box of psychedelic with me for a while. What do you mean, leave his box of psychedelics with you? He left his rocks. My precious rocks, my crystals. He left his record stock with you? Didn't you notice the secondhand record section was a bit of a mess? I mean, I know I'm not exactly the god of cleaning, but I suddenly found myself with the equivalent of a van load of extra boxes, all at once. I managed to shift quite a lot of stuff for him. There was a Gong fan particularly who took all his originals, with no discount. At my surprised look, he adds, "Oh, don't worry, I write everything down. I take the 20% cut we agreed between us, and we'll have a big check waiting for him, from all the stuff I've sold while he's away." I'm just surprised he'd leave his records. It surprised me too, to be honest. But, well, it's a win-win arrangement, so I'm not complaining. So he left London about 2 weeks ago, is that right? That's it. Do you know where he is now? He told me he was going to keep tracking down his record. According to what Rob told me, his next stop would be Scotland. Is that what he told you too? Alan raises a weary eyebrow. Rob? The guy maybe at Strawberry Fields Records. Oh, Stoney? I didn't know Scott had gone to see him. But thinking about it, it's not a bad idea. He's been on the scene for such a long time. There was talk of him meeting an Arthur Pullman. Does that mean anything to you? Alan shrugs. No, nothing at all, sorry. Well, that doesn't help me much. Scotland's pretty big. We're interrupted by Beth, who just sat down next to me on the bench seat. Glasgow. Pardon? Your bloke, Luis. He said he was heading for Glasgow. Beth crosses his arms, a mischievous smile on her lips. Luckily, there's someone who's still got a memory on the team. Alan sits up in his chair, a glimmer of understanding suddenly on his face. Ah, yes, that's right. Now you come to mention it. In fact, I'm pretty sure I gave him the address of my old mate, Yorgos. He works in a kind of trendy bar/restaurant in the center of Glasgow, the Archery. Beth her empty glass sadly. Hey, shall we get another drink? Will you help me, Alice? Alan, can you keep the table, please? Shouldn't we wait for Garrett? I think Garrett's, occupied. His boyfriend just got here. Noise. Beth glances at the other side of the bar, and there's Garrett stationed near the stage, discreetly holding hands with a young bearded man. Don't move, Alice. I'll go. Beth puts her hand on his shoulder to stop him from rising. No. Stay here, please. I need some girl talk with Alice. Go over to the bar with Beth. You said Ulysses is in Glasgow? Yes, that's what he said when he stopped by the last time. Sorry for buttonholing you like this. Buttonholing you like this? But I want to talk to you about something else. Beth glances over my shoulder at our table. I think the boss fancies you. Yeah, I think everyone fancies us. And we fancy everyone. This is the issue with being pansexual. We fancy everyone. Get defensive or show interest? Oh, let's show interest. We're just like working our way through the line of X's. We'll come back to our own X. It's fine. Show interest. Oh yeah? I have to admit, I hadn't noticed. Beth takes a deep breath. Alan probably told you that he moved to England to set up his own shop, but actually, he left Paris to be with his missus. Unfortunately, they split up a few months ago. It was pretty messy. Since then, he's been going through a rough time. We joke about him not being able to wake up to open the shop, but honestly, he's been in a bad way since the breakup. It really shook him up. When I saw him come downstairs earlier, all showered and perfumed, well anyway, looking very dapper despite the hangover, I thought to myself that perhaps you were here for a reason. Yeah, we're just working away. I'll think about it. Or don't push me. I'll think about it. Okay, I'll think about it. No pressure, huh? I'm just telling you. It's your choice. The overworked barman finally decides to come and take our order. We order. I manage to pay for my round despite Beth's objections, and we go back to our table. We chat for a while. I go back to the stage to watch the end of the concert. Frankly, I was going after Beth, but, well, Alan works too. Why is... That sounds weird. Go back to the stage to watch the end of the concert. We order our last drink. Alan tells me funny stories about his life in Paris and London. He tells me about how he met Elise. I feel a tinge of sadness. I recall the good years we had together with a strange sense of deja vu, or more like deja vacu. Like I already lived this, which I couldn't explain to myself. Alan's a charming guy. I get the feeling that hiding beneath the imposing physique and that Canadian lumberjack exterior, there's a sensitive child. I think if the circumstances allow it, we could easily become friends. We're in the middle of a lively discussion comparing the careers of Bob Dylan and Leonard Cohen when the... Cohen? Welcome back from ad break, anyone who's on ad break. When the bell rings for last orders and closing time. I don't think it'll be long before they kick us out. Shall I walk you back to your hotel? I take a moment to think about my answer. Either Alan's extremely respectful for someone who's supposed to fancy me, or Beth has misread his behavior. I could take the initiative myself and be more forward. Whatever I decide, I can't see myself going back to my hotel on my own, not after the scare I had the night before last, or my conversation with Eva in the buffet car. Like, what the... Just noticing a Discord thing. Okay. Oh. Hydrate. Hydrate, because apparently I'm thirsty. That was a bad joke. I'm debating this stream being off the record, but I don't know. Take the initiative, go back to the hotel. Let's let's just do it all. We'll do it all. The one night stand with sex. Or who I assume is sex. Let's take the initiative. Let's do it. I put my hand on his. I was thinking maybe we could continue this conversation. How about I drink at your place? With pleasure. Out of the corner eye, I see a knowing smile spread across Beth's face. Yeah, Beth. I would prefer you, but Ellen's good too. Right, I think it's time we got going. Don't worry about your alarm for tomorrow. I'll sort it with Garrett for us to do the opening. Oh. We say goodbye, go out of the pub, and head off in different directions. Al and I continue to talk about music on the walk, and it's only when our steps bring us to his shop that I realize he lives there. Oh. North. I mean, like, I don't know what I mean. Like, apparently, like, getting along great kind of thing anyways, so, I mean, like, friends are always the... It's good when we have good friendship, you know? I realize he lives there. Rather than using the front door, Alan opens a little door on the side, which leads to the upper floors. I mean, he does seem like one that would live above his shop. We arrive directly on the upper floor of the shop, through a back entrance. Alan goes in front. I try to follow, groping my way through the shadow, guiding myself by the boxes of records. He reaches his desk, switches on a lamp, then leans down and produces a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses from a drawer. A whiskey drinker, eh? When I told you that music was my life, I wasn't joking, as you can see. You live here? Yes, my wife and I separated last year. Oh, I thought Patricia was your ex. Apparently, okay. Apparently not. She kept the flat after the divorce. Me, I moved in here. To start with, it was in the meantime, but it was a temporary measure that is sneakily transforming itself into a permanent solution, as you can... permanent solution, if you see what I mean. He points at a door with a private sign behind us. When I did the work for the shop, we kept a separate space with a kitchen and a shower for convenience. It was easy to turn it into a flat. We go into the private area. Alan ignores the switch for the main light and turns on a few lamps instead, no doubt trying to create a more intimate atmosphere. We're in a big rectangular area with a kitchenette and the door leading to the bathroom on one side. On the other, a big mattress lays on the ancient parquet, and a long farm table surrounded by mismatched chairs sits in the middle. I move closer to him, take his glass, and place it on the table. I try to embrace him, but our difference in height makes it a complicated exercise. He leans toward me and kisses me with delightful awkwardness, unsure what to do with his long limbs. What am I getting myself into? He backs off and caresses my cheek softly with his thumb, his hand cupping my chin. I feel a wavering, a hesitation. For an instant, my gaze is lost in his eyes. Then he says, in a murmur dragged from deep in his chest, "You know, I'm not sure I'm ready to start anything with anyone." I answer him with all the tenderness I can sum up. "Don't worry, I'm just passing through." I hold on to his back as he swings me around and drops me gently into the bed. What am I getting into? I let myself be swallowed up by pleasure in the night. Yeah, okay. The light coming through the window wakes me. The pallid light of a London morning in fall. Alan is still fast asleep. I decide not to wake him. It takes a concerted effort of will to extract myself from the snug comfort of the quilt. The old espresso machine on the countertop in the kitchen area looks like it requires a degree in civil aviation to get something drinkable. So I fall back on my other source of morning relief, a good hot shower. I get some clean clothes for my bag. Something tells me that there's a chance that Eva and her henchmen are watching the stations, so I try to choose an outfit as different as possible from the one I wore when I arrived in London, to reduce the risk of being recognized. In the same vein, I decided to put my hair up, something I rarely do. Then I shut myself in the bathroom. It's clean, but stark. When I come out, Alan is sitting at the big table, a cigarette and coffee, both smoking close by. I helped myself to your shower. I'm glad you did. I'm afraid I don't have much to eat, but would you like a coffee? Absolutely. I didn't dare touch your machine. It looks tricky to handle. Alan puts his cigarette on the ashtray, heads to the kitchenette, and embarks on what looks like a chain of meticulous actions. It's one of the only things I wanted to keep after the divorce. In any case, my ex was incapable of using it without spraying coffee all over the kitchen. It doesn't make an excellent cup of coffee, but has to be tamed. He puts the espresso in front of me. Do you want a cigarette to complete your breakfast of champions? Hard to resist the call of nicotine. Thanks. I hope when I listen to the record again, I'll be back in a reality where I've managed to quit smoking. So what are your plans for today? I suppose the next step will be to take the first train to Scotland, with a quick stop to check out of my hotel. You're leaving London already? I think for a moment. It seemed like a no-brainer, but it's probably worth pondering all the same. Let's just say I don't see what other information I could glean by staying here. I got a name, Arthur Pullman, and a place, Glasgow. You already knew Elise and you put him up for a few days, but even you don't know any more than that. All I can do is cross my fingers and hope that the trail doesn't dry up. And if this Arthur Pullman really knows more about the record, maybe he'll be able to finally give me some answers. Alan takes a drag on his cigarette, thinking. This may seem a bit sudden, but what would you say if I offered to come with you? The suggestion takes me completely unawares. I'm about to open my mouth to answer, but Alan continues. I don't know. I've got a good feeling about you, Alice. I'd like to see where it takes us. If I let you leave now, I've got this feeling I might be missing out on something amazing. How did my love life become so complicated in so little time? Because I can't sleep more than... I have a fleeting thought of Jean Baptiste. Wasn't the point of all this in the beginning to get back to the life I had with him? I don't know, he doesn't feel right. From the more I learn about Alice, the more Jean doesn't feel right. And then there's Elise, who's very much on my mind. I hadn't thought about reopening that old wound in my heart. I'd be opening up Pandora's box. Patricia in Paris, now Alan. Sorry I made you so complicated, Alice. I know that this interlude will probably cease to exist when I listen to the record again, but is it right for me to be involved in anything more than just this? What do you say? I don't know. I don't know. It would be nice to bring him along. Extra protection against Eva. Oh, another message. Just send this message. Let's bring him with us. I think it'd be a good idea because having another person with us when we're, but at the same time, if he accidentally listens to the record, I don't want to put him through that. Except for he might end up losing it. Well, no. It feels like the downside of bringing, except for I won't be able to get. I don't know. This is hard and complicated. I definitely feel like this is gonna be a game that we're gonna return to, like off the record streams kind of thing where like I play it and then like it gets unpublished kind of thing. Cause like this one we'll probably publish this one, but the other ones you'll have to like stop by a Tuesday stream to see it. Cause I don't know, it feels like there's gonna be a lot of different endings. Cause there's a lot of different decisions. I'm going to accept bring him because I feel like it'd be good to have him like backing us up if Eva comes after us, because Eva feels scary. So, and bringing a love interest with us might be like it's just tough sleeping. Okay, we're accept. We'll bring him with us. I take a deep breath and answer. Okay. Ellen looks surprised. Really? I got to admit, I expected an argument. So, just to be clear, I don't know either where this is taking us. Probably nowhere. I've still got a lot of things to sort out in my head, but I need to move forward. Giving you and me a chance, well, that's a step in the right direction. Also, like, if we go one of the current romance routes, then we're less likely to be tempted to listen to the record again. Therefore, I mean, we're probably, because the record is such a big thing for the story, probably will end up listening to the record again at some point. But we're less likely to be tempted to bring Jean back. I mean, Jean is alive. We haven't killed Jean. Jean is alive. But at the same time, like, her doing this, it definitely, like, feels like Jean's not the right one. Like, the more you learn about Alice, she doesn't feel like a banker type. Like, it definitely felt like she was just settling. Okay, so giving you and me a chance, well, that's a step in the right direction. I shrug. Later on, well, who knows? We're gonna keep sleeping around, aren't we? I'm not promising anything either, but I'd have kicked myself for missing the opportunity. Good. So off to Glasgow then, right? That's right. Okay, I just need an hour or so to let Beth and Garrett know and to plan my French leave. That's fine. That gives me time to check out of my hotel. Meet you here after? Okay. Also, he doesn't seem that interested in the record. If I remember correctly, he's the one that doesn't seem interested in the record that much. I feel like I should double check that. And because he's not interested in the record, he's less likely to be like, hey, I want to listen, and then have something happen to him. But, like, I feel like bringing him, I might, like, regret it, but we're gonna do it. Glasgow. Chapter 4. Only once the train is a good distance out of London do I finally begin to relax. As I feared, Eva had been watching the comings and goings at the station. I saw her as I was going to the platform, but I was inconspicuous enough to pass next to her without being recognized. Alan, with his imposing build, probably helped to shield me from her view. Yeah, see, right? Help us avoid Eva. I'm almost certain that I managed to get on the train without her seeing me, but I'm sure she wasn't alone. One of her collaborators spotted me. Oh, if one of her collaborators spotted me, then she knows my destination. To be on the safe side, I think it's best to assume that it's only a matter of time before she follows me to Glasgow. I try to organize my thoughts. My present situation is pretty awkward. The trail that East has left isn't easy to follow, and it seems to be petering out as I press on. Then again, if he was being persuaded by Eva's organization too, I can understand he would have tried to keep as low a profile as possible. I hope that this author, Pullman, will finally be able to tell me more about the record if I do actually manage to find him. For the time being, all I've been able to scrape together are rumors and various contradictory stories. It feels like I have more and more questions and no answers. I realize that I've let Alan embark on this adventure without him knowing all of the ins and outs. Why not use the travel time to tell him about my quest? Despite everything, I decide to omit, for the time being, the supernatural elements of my story. So, as the countryside rushes past the windows, we throw ourselves into a lively discussion, and the 5 hours in the train seem to flash by in moments. After visiting 2 capitals, finding myself in a more modestly sized city like Glasgow was like a breath of fresh air. The station is right in the city centre, which we cross on foot, heading for the establishment where his friend, Yorgos, works. We entered the ground floor of an old building, a small room with a mismatched furniture and a fire burning in a great stone fireplace. At the end of the room, a long counter stretches across its width. Sorry, I've been talking so much that my nose is starting to clog itself. Don't ask how. That's what's happening. Oh, okay. Across its width, a Mediterranean-looking man seems to be absorbed in carefully preparing a basket of fresh vegetables. Probably the famous Yorgos. As we approach, Yorgos looks up, and seeing Alan, a broad smile lights up his face. And that also helps because, having him along means that, hey, we don't have to, explain, be all sus, hey, this person sent us, yeah. Broad smile lights up his face. The 2 men hug over the counter. Yorgos speaks in broken English with a curious blend of Greek and Scottish accents. I admit I have some difficulty understanding him. Quickly sensing my dismay, Alan presents me in French. This is Alice, a friend. Yorgos slips smoothly into garbled French, with just as strong a Greek accent. Aha, another of your French pals? He wipes his hand roughly on his apron but holds out his wrist over the counter. I shake it as best I can. Yorgos. Nice to meet you. I'm Alice. So tell me, how did this nutter convince you to come so far north? He points his knife at Alan. He's got a knife. Unless it's you who managed to get the old rogue out of his record store. He promises to visit me for years. I begin to give up hope. Actually, Alice was looking for a mutual friend who recently came to Glasgow. Ah, your pal Elise, right? I nod. That's right. Yes, he was in Glasgow. What, about 2 weeks ago? Do you know what he was doing here? Like I said, he passed through. He asked me where he could crash on the sheep. Did he happen to mention an Arthur Pullman? The steady clack of the knife on the chopping board stops for a moment as Yorgos tries to recall the details. Yes, a radio presenter, right? That's right. Did he say where he thought he'd find him? No, I'm sorry. Maybe we could go and try to find something out at the local radio station? If I had to get information about a radio presenter, that's definitely where I'd start. I mostly listen to the big national radio stations here, but you could try Sub-City. It's the university radio. They don't broadcast all the time, but they do a great mix of the evenings. We play it here often in the restaurant. No commercials, just a reminder of the name of the station from time to time. Here, try this. Without warning, Yorgos places 2 plates on the counter. They contain a beautifully served mix of vegetables. Alan smiles at me. Go ahead, you'll see. This guy's a genius. I take a mouthful and discover that he's right. It's delicious. So, do you like it? I think I finally managed to balance the bitterness of the horseradish. It's really delicious. As a waiter in the restaurant where Yorgos worked for 6 months. I was a waiter in the restaurant where Yorgos worked for 6 months in Paris. We used to meet up in the backyard for a smoke between services. Ah, good days. I worked in London for a time after, then I had the opportunity to open the archery here in Glasgow with an associate. It was a long time I wanted to pass in full vegetarian. Anyway, it's always a pleasure to try out your creations, Yorgos. Alan turns to me. However, maybe we shouldn't hang out if we want to drop in at the radio station. I give myself a few moments to think it over. On one hand, something tells me that this lead will probably take us to a dead end. I can't imagine a former BBC presenter broadcasting on a student radio station. I'm on there. I don't really have any idea what else to do except to cling to the hope that someone there will know where to find this Arthur Pullman. Unless, if I don't find the answer in the present, maybe revisiting the past. I instinctively slip my hand into my bag to reassure myself that the record is still there. The trouble is, I still don't know how to use it. I don't want to find myself stuck in a reality where I've lost someone dear to me, like Enzo. And then there's Alan. Should I warn him about what might happen if I listen to the record, or should I keep it to myself? Then again, I'm already in an alternative reality. My normal life, the future that I believed was all mapped out, all of it has been erased. But do I truly want to go back to that life? Alan has noticed my hesitation and is waiting for an answer. Okay, so campus radio means we don't use the record. We're on the wrong track means use the record. Let's try the campus radio. I'm going to try to not use the record that much anymore. We figure out the mystery, we don't use the record unless we have to. So let's try the campus radio. Okay, there's no harm in trying the campus radio. Something tells me you're not convinced about this lead. I don't know, Alan. A former BBC presenter on a student radio station. It seems extremely unlikely to me. But after all, you never know, huh? Perhaps someone there will know where to find this Arthur Pullman. You never know. Maybe he's dropped in to see them for some reason we don't yet know. Quite. Unless we accidentally use the record. But I don't think we will. Well then, let's get to the campus. We say goodbye to Yorgos and set off for the University of Glasgow. Ooh. The quickest route is through Kelvingrove Park, which we cross beneath the Scottish drizzle. After half an hour of walking, we finally reach the University of Glasgow, a long Gothic-style building. After asking for the way at the reception and having wandered a little on the campus, we finally find the prefabricated building, which holds Subcity Radio. We climb up 2 floors and find ourselves in the antechamber separating the corridor from the studio. The illuminated on-air sign is switched off, so Alan knocks on the door and then goes into the room. The studio is empty except for a student who can't be more than 20 years old. He's wearing a threadbare Pink Floyd Division's Bells Epoch t-shirt and a pair of bulky headphones hanging around his neck. Seated at the large table, which must be used for the broadcast, he looks up from taking his notes and greets us. Oh, hello, I'm DJ Saturn, and I'm preparing my mix here. Can you come back later? You're going to break my flow. Alan burst out laughing. DJ Saturn? Really? Is that how you young blokes impress the birds these days? In my day, we learned the guitar. Intervene or let continue. Probably intervene. Alan looks well on his way to terrorizing the poor student. I decide to intervene, yeah. Wait, Alan, let me deal with this, please. We just have a few questions for you, if you don't mind. DJ Saturn gestures me to sit down. I take a seat opposite him. Ask if he's seen Elise. Has a Frenchman been here to ask a few questions about 2 weeks ago? Student suddenly looks worried. Are you the police? We sound like police. No, not at all. We're just looking for a friend. Elise. Long hair, glasses, dark skin. Does that ring any bells? DJ Saturn seems to relax a little. No, sorry, I can't say it does. And Arthur Pullman, a former radio presenter? Oh, yes, of course I know Arthur Pullman. The guy's a legend. He had a late-night show on the BBC in the early 90s. He had some killer lineups. Thanks to him, loads of forgotten 60s bands got rediscovered. You can still get bootleg cassette tapes of his show. Then there were the live recordings. No one ever knew where he got them from, but he had an amazing collection of really excellent quality pirate recordings. He played them in his mixes sometimes, especially the Pronto Metal, Led Zepp, Uriah Heep, Black Sabbath. But why are you asking? A friend Elise wanted to meet him. Do you know if he lives in Glasgow? The young man shrugs. Honestly, no, I don't think so. If he lived in the same city as me, I think I'd know. In any case, what's for sure he's not In any case, what's for sure is that he's not broadcasting anymore. And he must be pretty old. If he's not dead, he's most probably retired. I'm out of options. This is the end of the trail. I've got no idea where to find this Arthur Pullman. I've got no idea where Lisa might have gone next. Seeing my dismay, Alan takes the lead. Thanks for talking to us. We'll let you go. We'll let you get back to your flow. We leave the radio station and start walking back to the city center. We walk a few minutes before Alan breaks the silence. I'm sorry, Alice. I think it's too late to get the train back. Let's get a hotel for the night and we'll see you for tomorrow? Okay. As I hesitate for a moment, considering the thought of postponing the end. Considering the thought of spending one more night with Alan. But what's the point? If I wait, I run the risk of Eva and her henchmen finding me and taking the record. Now that all the leads have dried up, my only option is to search in the past and hope to find out where Arthur Pullman is. And to try, if I can, not to come back to a reality that's too different. The only unresolved question is Alan. I turn to him and add, do you know where we could find a record player? We are going to use the record. It's the Force. We gotta use it. We passed a shop that sold a little portable record players earlier on the way to Yurgo's place. If we don't hang about, it should still be open. But why? Tell him everything. I take a deep breath and tell him everything, all in one go, without stopping and without hiding anything this time. Mrs. Parcel, the record, listening. The upheaval that made to my reality and my decision to figure all of this out. Paris, then London, Enzo's story, Ava and her organization, all of it punctuated with my doubts and questions. Alan listens carefully, without interrupting. I finish with, there you go. Now you know it all. I hope you don't think I'm crazy. Alan takes me by my shoulders and holds me in his arms for a moment. I understand why you didn't tell me everything straight away, Alice. After all, we've only known each other for 2 days. I won't lie to you, this story of the magical record, well, it'll take a bit of time to get my head around it. I can't imagine how much stress you've been under for these last few days. If you need to listen to the record, we'll find a way for you to listen. No matter what happens, whether there's magic or not, I'll be there to go with you. Can't go with you. Thanks for support. I mean, can't go with me, but thanks for support. Just in case there's a chance. Thank you for being so understanding. I'm really touched that you believe me and support me. We'll talk about it when you get back from the past with Arthur Pullman's address. Till then, I'm ready to put my skepticism aside. Well, I just hope you'll still be here, waiting for me to come back. Alan laughs. Where do you think I'd go? Let's go buy that record player before the shop shuts. So we gotta be very careful. Maybe we can come back to this world. Okay. Maybe, just maybe. Okay. An hour later, we book into a little hotel next to the station. We go into the room and I pull a little leather case which contains the record player. I plug it in and put the record in place. I turn to Alan. Come on, Alice, don't look like that. I'm staying right here, right next to you. Everything will be fine. You'll see. I don't try to disabuse him. He doesn't believe in the power of the record, and that's probably for the best. I put my hand on the back of his neck and kiss him. If we don't meet up on the other side, I want you to know I had a wonderful time with you. We sit down next to each other at the end of the bed. We're going to be super careful. I put the headphones over my ears and switch the player to 45 revolutions per minute. Before putting the needle in the groove, I take Alan's hand. Then I close my eyes and let the music take me over. A percussion intro. I try to focus on Elise. How he looks, his voice, his laugh, his smell. The walls of the hotel room begin to resonate, to distort and stretch. The air blazes with iridescent particles, shimmering. Then the world implodes, and I am somewhere else. Time collapses. Oh, I forgot about the singing. Oh.
Hmm.
We talked, we listened. Your life ends mine. How did I forget about all that? It splits time folds.
Go further back because when we're looking for an address specifically. So go further back because we're trying to figure out where he is.
I go farther back. I'm a child sitting at the piano, fingers, bass, over and over. The rhythm knocks me back. Time falls on itself again. I focus on the autumn heart, the nucleus of what we were, of what we are. Golden light through the window, evening sun, Sunday afternoon. You there on the couch, me at the piano. I look at you, I smile. When you smile back, the flow of time stabilizing.
I'm getting all emotional about this. He just closes his book and looks at me concerned. Are you okay? You stopped playing all of a sudden. I got the feeling you were somewhere else. No, not great. Not great. I have a sudden attack of panic, inexplicable and uncontrollable. I guess reliving these moments has upset me more than I expected. I know that my time here, in this moment, is precious. Liz stands up. I'm going to get a glass of water. I'll be right back. Don't move. I'll get it for you. Alice goes to the kitchen. I have time to look into the mirror above the mantelpiece. I still have long hair. I'd cut it a month or two before we split up, which tells me that we're probably some time in the summer before our breakup. We were still happy back then. Then in September, at the start of the new school year, he became more distant. Was he already thinking of leaving back then? This gives me a glass of water. I drink. He sits down on the coffee table, facing me, and puts his hand on my thigh. Better? I nod. Thanks. Put the glass down on the piano. My time is short. I have to get to the point. This will probably sound strange, but do you know where I can find Arthur Pullman? Arthur Pullman? The radio presenter who played old records in the 90s? Yes. It's funny, there was actually a short article about it in Les in Rocks last week. He snatches up the magazine on the coffee table, rifles quickly through it, and holds it out to me at the right page. The heading says Jimmy Page's Loch Ness house is sold. Apparently he bought Boleskine House. Boleskine? It's a house in Scotland that Page, the Led Zeppelin guitarist, bought in the 70s. It appears in some parts of the film concert, the song that remains the same. I've got to say, I'm not totally surprised. Pullman's always been a Led Zepp fan. He played a lot of their live footage on his shows. I put the magazine down next to me on the piano stool. I hope I'll remember all the information when I get back to the present. I didn't know you knew so much about this stuff. It's because of Mark. He's a big fan of the guy. He's got cassette copies of almost all the shows. If you ask me, some of his mixed choices aren't fantastic. Frankly, playing Ultimate Spinach straight after the Garden of Earthly Delights from the United States of America, it's almost tasteless. As for his almost fanatical infatuation with Chelsea Girl. Anyway, all serious musicologists agree that Desert Shore is undeniably Nico's best album. Elise. Why not mention the Marble Index while we're at it, insisting on being original no matter what? Having someone like Joe Boyd at the helm, that makes all the difference, doesn't it? He's the one we can thank for 5 Leaves Left. For 5 Leaves Left, for God's sake. Nick Drake's best record. Some people say that Pink Moon is better, but Elise is off. I know from experience that he could go on like this for hours. I'm afraid I don't have hours. I grab his arm and look him in the eye. Elise. He stops in the middle of his sentence. Understanding lights up his face. It's the record, isn't it? Yes. Yes. If we're talking about the same thing, yes, I listened to the record. And you come from the feature where you need to find Arthur Pullman, right? I look away. I'm scared of telling him too much. That may have an unpredictable impact on my reality. He seems surprisingly relieved. He takes me in his arms and we hold each other for a while. Then he emerges from our embrace and adds cheerfully, "That means that it didn't work." What? What didn't work? The walls of the apartment around us begin to dislocate. I don't need to explain to him. I can see in his face that he understands what's happening. I ask, please, try to remember that we don't need to break up anymore. That I don't have to leave you. That it didn't work. We don't need to. What do you mean, Elise? It's too late. Once again, I'm carried away by the flow of time. Yeah, I had a feeling like he was using it and they broke up. Because again, he said they broke up because he broke up with her because of her. Once again, I'm carried away by the flow of time to the rhythm of the song. So there's, like, she's not actually in the original verse. I mean, there's probably plenty, quote-unquote, originals. So once again, I'm carried away by the flow of time to the rhythm of the song.
Time collapses, fragments of the past, moments breathes. Years in between, chaotic mess. Memories as grains of sound in the everlasting now. Everything changes. I shed the remains of my old skin.
The big question is, the first time she went back, he said you weren't supposed to listen to it, though.
The flow of time stabilizes into this new present.
I am curious, though, what the butterfly effect's going to be. Seated in a leather armchair, a jazz record plays softly with the charismatic crackle of the vinyl. I don't immediately notice the older man who is watching me, surprised, from an armchair which matches the one I sit in. What I do, however, notice is that I'm certainly not in the room, in the little hotel near the station at Glasgow. I look down. I'm wearing brown suede boots, an A-line skirt, and a tartan sweater. Long blonde tresses frame my face and fall against my chest, much lower than they should. I try to brush away a strand I feel on my forehead, but it falls straight back where it was, suggesting that short bangs cover my brow. The man facing me clears his throat to get my attention. I'm going to assume this is probably who we're looking for, but I'm not sure. Admit the strangeness of the situation. It's strange. Okay. Excuse me, Mr. Pullman. Arthur Pullman. Yep. Nice to meet you. He speaks with a calm, almost melodious voice, with that profoundly British, slightly drawn drawling tone that one usually associates with the aristocracy. Alice, I've been looking for you for some time, Mr. Pullman. Please call me Arthur, or Art if you prefer. He leans forward and holds out his hand. I shake it. Arthur, this might sound odd, but I don't exactly know how I got here. Well, I don't know more than you about where you've come from, but I can tell you that you've just materialized in my office. I suppose that you've just listened to the record, have you? Believe it or not, after all these years, that's the first time I've personally witnessed a realignment, and I'd like to thank you for the experience. Well, okay then. Someone knocks on the door. Come in. An elegant-looking middle-aged man pushes open the door and places a tray with a steaming teapot and 2 mugs on a side table. He doesn't seem surprised to find me here. I thought you might like a cup of tea. He walks over to Arthur and plants a quick kiss on his lips. Right, I'll leave you to talk. Thank you, David. David leaves the room. As you see, for my partner, your presence here is perfectly normal. Arthur pauses for a moment, thinking. Now, I suppose that after all the efforts he must have gone through to find me, you no doubt have a lot of questions. Fire away. Ask a few smileys. Originally, I was looking for a friend. A record store owner. French. He was looking for you, too. His name is Lise. Have you met him? No, I'm sorry. I can't say I have. Really? I was sure he would have found you. I assure you I would remember. Like you, and probably like him, I'm not affected by a realignment. That's the second time you've used the term realignment. What does that mean? How can I explain this simply? Let's say it's one of the possible effects of the Choros. The Choros? Yes, the choir of the gods, if you prefer. That's what we call the vibration on the record during the joining time. What do you call it then? I shrug. I don't know, I just say the record? Arthur smiles. Yes, that probably makes more sense. Each time that someone listens to the record, reality changes to adapt to the modifications that person has made to their past. Our memory, our recollections, the sum of what we are, as it were, remains intact. And there's a principle, the economy, if you wish, which makes the changes as limited as possible. It's extremely difficult, indeed very probably impossible, to instill a global change. Generally speaking, someone's listening does not affect others, but it does sometimes happen that one is the eyewitness of a change in reality. Objects or people who appear or disappear before your eyes, or, more rarely, the geographical movement of the witness themselves. I call that a realignment. That's exactly what just happened. You went back to your past to find out where I lived, didn't you? I nod. And the record sent you to the moment in your past where you could obtain that information? Yes, that's exactly what happened. Which is why you're here. You know, your intent is the principal factor which determines the moment of your life which the record will make you relive. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Before I have time to recall where I've heard that citation, he continues. That's the reason I saw you appear in my office a few moments ago. But how do you explain that you were aware of my sudden appearance when your partner reacted as though nothing odd had happened? I don't really have an explanation. Or at least, I'm not prepared to suggest something I'm not completely sure about. Nobody truly knows how it all works. Generally speaking, the person who's heard the Choros is the only person who's aware that reality has changed. I think back to Marie and Robin. That explains why they had no memory of Jean-Baptiste. Perhaps I simply had the good luck of being in the same room as you at the moment of realignment. As for David, he simply wasn't present for that quite singular occasion. For him, you probably arrived at Bullskine earlier, entered by the front door, then we shut ourselves away in my office to talk. Tell me more how the record works. You seem to know how the record works. Can you tell me more? No is a big word. But yes, if you consider I'm one of the handful of people in the world who have heard the Choros, I suppose that gives me some authority on the question. What do you want to know? Can you undo the... This is probably going to be a no, or can you control the past precisely? probably no. It's probably a no for both. Give me a moment. Can you undo the facts? Can't control the past. Can you undo the facts, I think. Is it possible to undo the effects of the record? No, that's impossible. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's going to be a no. Once you heard the chorus, you can't go back. Even if by some miracle you managed to come back to reality, very close to your original reality, you wouldn't be the same. You'd remember that you lived listening to the record and living inside other versions of yourself. Unless Pullman leans back in his chair and seems lost in a thought for a while. Theoretically, if someone else went back to the past and stopped you from listening to the record, he breaks off. No, that wouldn't work, though. You would no longer be conscious of the existence of the chorus, but as you've heard it in your original reality, you would inevitably be different from who you would be if your past had not been modified. This is all brain mendling. Okay, so you'd be different if your past had not been modified. A sigh escapes me. So even with the record available to me, I would never completely return to my original reality? No, I'm sorry. But you said even with the record available. You do realize that you don't have the record available to you anymore, don't you? I suddenly realize that I haven't checked if I still have the record with me. I grab my bag, which rests by my feet, and frantically rifle through it, trying not to panic. Clearly, the record is not there. Alice, I understand your reaction, but do try to stay calm. Where were you just before you materialized here? In a hotel room in Glasgow. The record stayed there then? Pullman nods. Yes, I'm afraid so. Can I use your telephone? I tell myself that the chances of me finding it are slim, but I have to try. Arthur points to the office door. In the entrance hall. Turn right when you go out of the office, and then turn left at the end of the corridor. I'll wait here. Thanks. I have no trouble finding the entrance hall. The telephone is on a small desk across from the front door. I'm about to pick it up when I notice my reflection in a large mirror which hangs on the wall above the desk. It takes me several moments to realize that the image I see reflected is my own. As I suspected, except for my short fringe, my hair is much longer than in the reality I've just left. My new dress style is evocative of the 60s, with the knee-high boots and that A-line skirt. Even my makeup style is different. A nude mouth with strong, cold doe eyes. I've always liked that period, the 60s, the music as much as the fashion. I'm therefore not totally surprised to find myself in a reality where I've completely embraced this style. Let's like it. I'll like it. It'll probably take me a bit of time to get used to my new appearance, but something tells me that I can quickly grow to like it. I tear myself away from my reflection to pick up the phone before I realize that I don't have Alan's number by heart. I rummage through my bag, find my cell phone, and see that it's connected to a British operator. The lack of bars tells me that it's not going to be much help, seeing as there's no signal here. I look through the directory and quickly find an entry for Alan with a cell phone number. It would seem that I know Alan in this reality too. Considering that he's never listened to the record, the chances that he's in Glasgow are extremely thin, but I have to try. He picks up after a few rings. Hi? Hello, Alan. It's Alice. Oh, hello, Alice. I didn't recognize the number. There's no signal where I am. I'm calling from a landline. Is everything okay? Yes. Tell me, are you, by any chance, in Glasgow? No, I'm in London. I've just been closing the shop with Beth. She can't wait for you to get back now. Now she's been landed with all the closings. But aren't you supposed to be in Glasgow? I decided to get to the point before I lose control of the conversation. I've got no idea what Alan knows or doesn't know in this reality. Yes, tell me. Tell me, would you, by any chance, have the number of the hotel where I was staying? Hang on, I think you called me from your room a few nights ago. I'll check the call logs. I hear beeps and some swearing through the handset as Alan battles with his phone to get the information. Here it is. Have you got something to write with? I dig a pen and a scrap of paper out of my bag. Alan reads the number out to me. I tell him I don't have time to chat, that I have to run. He asks me to call him when I have more time. I briskly hang up the phone, then I pick it up again and dial the number of the hotel. As I wait, listening to the dial tone, I realized I've scribbled the number down at the bottom of the bill for my stay in the Station Hotel, Glasgow. That conversation with Alan wasn't necessary at all, but I admit it was reassuring to hear his voice, and especially to know we're not strangers to each other in this new reality. It's sad, though. I don't know anything about this new reality. I explained my situation to the receptionist. She tells me that no, I've forgotten nothing in my room, which I'd checked out of the day before last. I insist. She tells me that actually a woman had come to the hotel in the afternoon and that she'd asked to get back a vinyl record which had been forgotten in room number 23. The room hadn't been left for at least 2 weeks, but at the woman's urging, she'd finally agreed to check. She'd been astonished when, in fact, there had been a vinyl record on the little travel record player in room 23. She confirms that yes, of course she'd let the woman take the record, that she's sorry, but that I'd been in room 17, that she couldn't have guessed that the record belonged to me, and actually, on that subject, she'd like to know how I managed to get into room 23. I tell her that it's not important, however, if she could tell me the name of the person who reclaimed the record, that would be great. It's going to be Eva. She tells me that she hadn't thought to ask her name, but it was a woman, middle-aged, with white hair and wearing a dark pantsuit. I thank her, hang up, and hiss Eva between my teeth before the handset is even resting back on its support. Then I return to the office. Pullman has changed the music in my absence. He's smoking a cigarette by the window while he waits for me. Oh, excuse me. He stubs it out in the ashtray left on the exterior windowsill. David's forbidden me from smoking inside. We've compromised on this. I'd love to quit, but I'm afraid it's rather late for this old dog to start learning new tricks. He sits back down behind his desk. So? I'm afraid someone's already got the record. Let me guess. A woman in her 40s answers the name Leva Lorenz. Am I right? Do you know her? Arthur lets out a sigh. Ah, yes. I've known her since she was a child, but I haven't seen her for more than 10 years. How have you known her for so long? I was a member of the commune where she was born, in Germany. Ah, Germany. I was, let us say, quite close to her father, Ernst Lorenz. Pullman breaks off and stares out the window, his gaze far away for a minute. Anyway, I'd have preferred that she hadn't gotten her hands on the record. To be perfectly honest, I suspect that I'd hear from her again, sooner or later. Someone knocks on the door. Yes? Our dinner will be ready soon. I assumed you'd be staying at the manor tonight, Alice. I've made up a guest room for you. You did quite right, David. Alice and I still have a lot to discuss. We'll pick this up after dinner. Thanks for hospitality. Thanks very much for your hospitality. You're very welcome. We love having people to stay at the manor. It's a big house. It's made for entertaining. Follow my host into the dining room. David has cooked a simple but delicious meal. He serves me a glass of red wine while he scrutinizes me with a piercing, curious gaze. Tell me, Alice, what do you do? I imagine it's something to do with music, considering how much you've spent with art. I smile and take a sip of wine, winning myself some time to think. I admit to myself that I have no idea. One thing's for sure, I'm certainly not a banker, not in this reality. Alan had said something when I called him, which led me to believe that maybe I worked with him at the record store. On one hand, I could answer vaguely that I work in music, which isn't exactly a proven fact, but it does seem in line with this new reality. On the other, I could answer honestly and tell him that I work in a bank, in spite of all the clues which suggest that's now extremely improbable. Let's say I work in the music industry. Yes, I do actually work in the music industry. I need some information about a rare record that only Arthur could give me. David smiles. That doesn't surprise me. Art's a real font of knowledge. Now that he's retired, I keep pushing him to write something on the subject. What do you think, Alice? Arthur cuts us off. Davy, surely you're not going to interrogate our guest, are you? No, sorry, I didn't mean to pry. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward. I tried to point the discussion in a less prickly direction. How did you get to know Arthur? My dad was Latino, my mom American, and I grew up in Queens. I met Art in a club in the East Village. He was a local correspondent for the BBC. It took him a few years to persuade me to move to London with him, but I'm happy to say I don't regret it a bit. Arthur, who'd risen to clear away our plates, strokes his partner's shoulder with affection. I hear my cats screaming at me because they get fed in half an hour. Cheese or straight to dessert? Freya, you're fine. You're fine, Frey. David gives me a winning smile. Whichever you prefer, Alice. But if we put the cheese on the table, it'll give me an excuse to eat it. Wait, what was it? I got distracted by the cat. What was the cheese? Okay, yeah. So no difference. Cheese, dessert. I'm lactose intolerant, so I'd go with dessert. What difference does it make if I choose cheese or dessert? Let's go with dessert. Straight dessert, thanks. David's cholesterol levels say thank you, Alice. Arthur disappears into the kitchen with our plates. Art never talks about his youth. I really think that's a shame. He had the chance to see the biggest bands of the 70s. He's got some incredible live recordings. Arthur returns with a bowl of fruit salad and dessert dishes. Do you make her listen to your recording of Miles at the Schaffer Music Festival? Art managed to capture the last concert of Miles Davis's Electric Period. It's truly incredible. Alice isn't here for that, David. Don't listen to this party pooper. He doesn't like talking about his youth. It's mostly because that period's pretty fuzzy to me. Yes, the world must have been horribly drab before you met me, Art. I laugh. They're both charming and cultured. I'm having a very pleasant evening. We talk about music, about everything and nothing. Arthur tells me about his radio show on the BBC and his life in London in the 90s. By the time we get to the coffee, it's already quite late. David excuses himself and goes to bed, but not without first showing me the way to my room. Then Arthur and I go into the living room to continue our conversation. It's a cozy room. There's an old stone fireplace with 2 leather armchairs and a couch placed in front of it. Arthur puts a log on the hearth while I take a seat in one of the armchairs. Can I get you a nightcap? Cognac? Whiskey? I prefer something a bit lighter. Arthur pokes around in the bar. There's a bit of port. Will that do? Perfect, thanks. He leans back at ease in the armchair. I take a deep breath. There's something bothering me. On one hand, but he seems like super nice kind of thing, and like kind of like regretful about his past, so like I feel like I might have an answer to this, but I'm not positive. What must I do to get the record back, I think? Welcome back from ad break. Anyone who's on ad break. What must I do to get the record back? Do you know where I can find Eva and her organization? Arthur gestures to me to have a little patience. Yes, I think I know where you can find Eva in the record, but I'd like to start by telling you my story. At least, I think, or at least I hope, that this will all make much more sense when you know about my experience. Very well. I'm listening. Paulman takes a gulp of whiskey and puts his glass down on the coffee table. The year I turned 22, I joined a hippie commune in Germany, in the south of Bavaria, a few miles from Munich. I was young and I dreamed of freedom. I had a terribly middle-class family, and I thought that I'd better get a move on and have a few adventures before my ingrained middle-class sensibilities could take root. So I took a ferry for the continent, and I wandered around France and Italy for a few months before taking up residence in that commune in the Bavarian countryside. It was there I met Ernest Lorenz. For a while, he was my mentor, maybe even my friend. He was an extremely cultured man with incredible charisma. He was over 30, one of the oldest of us, which gave him a sort of natural authority. The commune aimed to be staunchly democratic, but in reality it was often he who guided the direction and who decided when a decision needed taking for the governing of the communities. It's a cult. Those first years were fantastic. It's the record cult. Well, we lived a carefree existence. We cultivated the land, we did a bit of crafting, wicker work, pottery, to exchange for all that we couldn't produce ourselves. There was music every night. We took acid frequently. But it didn't last. But I suppose it didn't last? Arthur's face was bleak. No, you're right. I was naive to have thought it could. Eva was born the year before I arrived. Her mother, a young woman in the commune, died in childbirth. Ernest adopted her as if he were her father, which was certainly a possibility, but was absolutely not a certainty. It was the era of free love. The concept of monogamy was pretty hazy for the members of the community. Whatever the case, he raised her as his daughter. Eva was an odd child. She was clever, precocious. She often seemed more adult than child. I found out years later that Ernest had made her listen to the records several times during her childhood, so that she could be liberated as soon as possible from the yoke of reality. That sounds rough as a child. I've got no idea what the effects of the chorus could have on such an immature psyche, but I imagine that it must have been a determining factor in the construction of her identity. How did the record fit into all of this? It was always there, right from the commune's beginning. It belonged to Ernest, originally. He never wanted to reveal where it came from. I think his father had discovered it in some way or another and had it engraved on acetate. Ernest was from a very wealthy family. He had created the commune when he inherited the land which belonged to his family. I didn't learn that until later either. Things started to change in the second half of the 70s. Little by little, Ernest's position became more radical. It was insidious, but the commune began to change gradually into quasi-religious splinter group. The enchanted interlude of the hippie era was ending, and not just in our community. There had always been arrivals and departures in the commune. Then there came a time when, without us noticing, the tide changed. The departures became more frequent than the arrivals. Tell me more about that time. I feel like there might be a hidden lore here, so let's do it. Tell me more about that time. Can you tell me more about that time? What do you mean, a quasi-religious splinter group? I don't like the word sect, but that's exactly what it looked like. Little by little, Ernest became a guru, and we were a handful of the diehards from the outset who hadn't left the commune. The people who joined us afterward, they weren't the same caliber as the early residents. I probably should have left then, but to be completely honest, I believe I was petrified at the idea of reintegrating into society. It was during those years that Ernest revealed the existence of the record to me for the first time. I think only the closest and most devoted members knew about it, even at the start of the commune. I heard the chorus for the first time in 1981. It was an incredible experience, as it was for all the initiates. I relived the times in the first years of the commune, moments of simple happiness and bygone days. For a very long time, I had no idea that the chorus allowed you to change the past. Ernest needed me to manage the day-to-day organization of the commune, and that suited me to a T. By 1985, so 4 years later, there were only a handful of early residents left. There was Ernest, his daughter Eva, 3 other followers, and myself. Moved into the great Lorenz family mansion. I had become the de facto personal secretary of Ernest Lorenz. Point of all that, or where the money come from? But I mean, they said Lorenz came from a wealthy family. There, hydrate, break. Go ho. let's go with point of all that. It's not exactly the wording I wanted, but works. It's fascinating, but what was the point of all that? Arthur shrugs. What's the point of life? There's a hesitation before he clarifies what he means, an hypnotic smile playing on his lips. What I mean is, I never knew if Ernest truly had a long-term plan. I think he had simply found a way of life that suited him, and he did what he had to make it last. I mean, it must seem strange to you, but to be perfectly honest, it was quite a pleasant life. It took some time for me to mourn the loss of those hippie ideals, but once you got into the new routine, well, I don't really regret those years. In that case, what made you leave? A combination of various factors. For some time, I'm gonna have to struggle and try read this, aren't I? Bundersnatcher tendencinist. That's my only attempt. Okay. The RFA's intelligence service had been watching us. Like the sword of Damocles, the menace of their strike on our network hung over us. Ernest had sunk into a kind of permanent paranoia, which was only worsening with time. With hindsight, I'm sure it was a warning sign of his illness. Ooh, his ill. With the fall of the Soviet Union, we took advantage of the chaos generated by their reunification to immigrate to the other side of the Iron Curtain, to Prague. I think it was Eva who whispered that idea in her father's ear. I imagine she realized that, with all the upheaval, she'd have the opportunity to carve herself out a more important and decisive role in the organization, which is exactly what happened. So the organization relocated again and presented itself as a kind of occult allegiance club, vaguely Masonic, at least from the exterior. The Ian Karios Lodge. Aaron Karios, what does that mean? I seem to have guessed the name wasn't chosen by chance. The concepts are rather complicated to explain. Do you want the long version or the short? Let's go the long version. We gotta get all the lore. I sit back in my armchair. Let's try the long version if you don't mind. Pullman size. I'm sorry, hey, I gotta get all the content I can, you know. Pullman size. As I told you, I wasn't very abreast of the what you might call mystic part of our organization. Even if I was pretty much in charge of the operational aspects of our activities, of course, I asked Ernest about it. What did he tell you? Ion, Kairos, and Chronos are the three terms which correspond to different aspects of temporality for the ancient Greeks. The notion of Chronos is the easiest to understand. That's what we, modern man, simply call time. One could, at a push, translate Ion as the notion of eternity. As for Kairos, that's more difficult to explain. It's this deciding moment. The infinitesimal moment when everything changes. Do you see what I mean? I actually kind of do, yeah. Yes, it's perfectly clear. As an author, I have to think about a lot of things. The eternal defining factor. Yes, it's perfectly clear. I think of my own experience with Record, reliving those moments of change. I don't like her bangs. Maybe it's because I haven't actually had bangs in a long time. Her short bang, how short her bangs are throwing me off right now. I miss the long hair. Bring back the long bangs. I think my own experience with Record, reliving those moments of change and the resulting ripples of transformation. This choice to associate eternity in the deciding moment, as you say, the Ion and the Kairos, it's almost poetic. But all that doesn't tell me how you managed to escape. Sorry, you're right. I'm afraid I got a bit off track there. I'll try to stick to the basics, but I could talk to you all night without getting through anything that happened during those 20 years of my life. Anyway, it was the move to Prague which marked the beginning of the end for me. Ernest was suffering from early onset and aggressive strain of Alzheimer's disease, undiagnosed, of course. While we stayed in Bavaria in the house that he'd always known, I think he managed to counteract his progressive memory loss. In a completely new environment, however, his condition worsened rapidly. Ava became more and more important, finally superseding her father as the head of the organization. Little by little, she moved me to the sidelines. When Ernst died in 91, I really began to question my own commitment to the lodge. I suppose you could call it a midlife crisis, but the fact is, I wanted to change my life. And also, while Ernest and I simply defined our way of life, Eva had other ambitions. She was the most diligent student of the Kouros, to which she had access all the time, unlike the other initiates, who only had the chance to listen to the record during special ceremonies, which were organized twice a year. Originally, or how did you manage to steal the record? What were her plans originally? Do you know what Eva's plans were originally? She must certainly have had a vision when she took charge of your organization, right? Vision. Yeah, okay. Oh, I wasn't completely in their confidence even during Ernest's time, but it became worse when Eva took the reins of the lodge. What I am sure of is that yes, she had plans and ambitions, but that the record was necessary for her to realize them. However, I don't believe that even the most initiated knew the full scope of the plans she was fomenting. You're familiar with this saying, divide and conquer? That's exactly how Ernest and Eva functioned. But without Ernest's reason and wisdom to curb her, I was afraid that Eva would drive us to lose everything. It had already been a long time since I felt I belonged in the organization, but after Ernest's death, there was nothing more to keep me there. So I used the ceremony of Kronos in the spring of 1991 to change my pass. And without knowing it, I managed to break the rules and to move the record out of Prague. But you told me that the record couldn't be moved geographically while being listened to. There's a loophole in that rule, let me explain. Having spent most of my adult life in the commune, then in the Lorenz home, the Kronos systematically sent me back, give or take a few years, to the same place. Yeah. I had very little maneuvering room to change anything in my past. This time was no different. What was different, however, was that I was desperate. I realized that I couldn't escape by changing the moment the Kronos had sent me to, so I listened to the record again in the past. This time the record took me to London before my departure for the commune, which gave me the opportunity to decide not to go. And when you came back to the present, you were a radio presenter on the BBC? Exactly. Not only did I find myself sitting on a treasure trove of live recordings of all of the great bands of the 70s, but also I was in a relationship with a charming, funny, cultured man who you met earlier. On one hand, this time the change of the Kronos had wrought on my life was radical, and my new life had almost nothing in common with my original reality. But on the other, I was free, and I never regretted my decision. What happened after? I suppose that Eva must have tried to find you? Oh yes. It was hardly difficult to find Arthur Pullman, the radio presenter on the Great British Airwaves. She came to see me in London, maybe 1 month after my departure. At that time, I had no idea that the record had disappeared. When she realized I didn't have it, she left me alone. She had nothing more to gain. I understand. She had nothing to gain from messing up your life. Exactly. And well, I've known her since she was born. I tell myself that somewhere, deep down, maybe she still has a tiny bit of affection for me. Either way, despite all of our failings and shortcomings, the lodge remains the successor of the hippie ideal. And those are the values that Eva was raised with. I'm fairly certain she would always choose the non-violent option if she could. Anyway, there it is. You know what came after. There's something I don't understand. What happened to the record? I think it materialized in the place where I listened to it again in the past, while I heard the Kronos. So, in the location of the commune, in Bavaria? That's it. Ernest had wanted to sell the property when we moved to Prague. The money from the sale allowed them to finance a large residence in the Malalara Stranda district near Charles Bridge. Then whoever bought the Lorenz family house, they found the record? Probably, but it's more complicated than that. The property was transformed into a hotel after the sale. The type of place you rent out for weddings, you know? I nod. A needle in a haystack situation, then. Indeed. Besides, I never heard any more about the record, except those legends hawked by the record collectors, the store owners, and other musicians, which I've resisted adding to. Well, at least not until you materialized in my office earlier. I'm sorry, or thank you. Thank you. Just thank you. Thank you. It mustn't be easy to have gone back after all over that. Mustn't be easy to have gone back over all of that after so many years. Arthur gestures that there's no problem with a wave of his hand. I guess this business would resurface sooner or later. As I told you, I regret not destroying the record when I had the chance. Perhaps I could have ended all this. He finishes his drink with one swallow and checks his watch. However, I hope you'll excuse me, but it's late. We'll finish this conversation tomorrow if you don't mind. Wait, you haven't told me how to find the record again. Arthur lets out a sigh. The record is probably in Prague. I'll give you the details tomorrow, don't worry. Come on, I'll walk you to your room. Okay. The Boleskine guest room is a big room decorated in cozy rustic style with an adjoining bathroom. My travel bag rests on an upholstered seat at the foot of the bed. My hosts certainly know how to receive their guests. I go quickly through my bag, realizing that it probably doesn't contain the same things as before I listened to the record. Unsurprisingly, the rest of my traveling wardrobe is 60s oriented, with 2 pairs of jeans, some neutral colored tops, and a shift dress. I pull out my wash bag and a faded old Led Zeppelin t-shirt for the night, which, incidentally, seems very appropriate to me for spending the night in Jimmy Page's former secondary residence. I take a quick shower, remove my makeup and slip between the sheets, hoping that sleep will find me swiftly. I enter the kitchen shyly. David is reading the newspaper as Arthur prepares scrambled eggs. The radio, probably turned to the BBC, delivers the morning news report. I got water. It's he who notices my presence on the doorstep. Good morning, Alice. Did you sleep well? Obviously, with all my adventures of the previous day, my night has been a little disturbed. But does Arthur really need to know that fact? My night was disturbed. I have to admit that after all of my adventures, my night was a bit disturbed. I understand, there's a lot of new information to take in. I sense that Arthur would like to say more, but after a glance in David's direction, he chooses caution. Do you like English breakfasts? Do take a seat, please. I obey and sit down. David puts down his paper and picks up the coffee pot. Coffee? I hold out the mug in front of me. Yes, please. I probably had time to take a mouthful of the delicious, rejuvenating nectar when Arthur places a plate of scrambled eggs, sausages, and baked beans before me, to which he adds 2 slices of toast straight from the toaster. We eat in silence. David sips his coffee. Arthur seems engrossed by the radio. I finish my plate quickly, pour myself another cup of coffee, and use the quiet to try to assemble my thoughts into better order. The first line of information is, it would seem, that Elise never reached Boleskine. Imagine that what happened was that after traveling to Glasgow, Elise probably backtracked to Paris, where he decided to send the record to me. Whoops. Well, apparently we gotta feed the cats. I'll finish this. I can only think of 2 reasons why he would have decided to give up his journey to Boleskine. Either he judged that his visit would be too dangerous. He was also being closely followed by Eva and the members of her lodge, and Karos. Realizing that the noose was tightening, perhaps he preferred to muddle the trails by changing his route and by getting rid of the record as fast as possible. The other option is that, for him too, the trail to Arthur stopped in Glasgow. After all, I was only able to discover the address of Pullman's new home by returning to the past. It's possible that he hadn't remembered that the sale of Wolskine had taken place and that the person he was seeking was the one who had bought the property. So he would have returned to Paris to seek out a new lead, and Ian Carros must have caught up with him there, and he sent the record to me rather than let Eva get her hands on it. Which makes me even more mad at the idea that it's my fault that Eva was finally able to achieve her purpose. As for me, I find myself stuck in this new present, in this new life that I know nothing about. At least Alan still knows me, which is reassuring. How about Patricia or Enzo, or the only people I've encountered during my journey? Well, if one thing's for sure, is that there's no way this new Alice leads a tidy little life in Bortrax. It all seems so far away, although only a few days have passed. Arthur's voice drags me from my reflections. I'm going to pick up the post at the letterbox. If you'd like to come with me, Alice, it would be company for me, and it would give us the chance to finish our conversation. David's going to Intervenes to do some shopping this morning. He'll drop you off at the station. My hosts are most certainly perfect. Not knowing how to express my gratitude, I content myself with saying, thank you. I pick up my plate and mug. David gestures me to leave them in the sink. Then, after running to my room to grab my coat, I join Arthur in the entrance hall. We go out. Outside, the weather is cold and dreary. The green Highlands landscape is enveloped in an early morning mist which hasn't yet lifted. Arthur hands me a piece of paper. This is the address of the lodge in Prague. Now that Eva has record, I think I can confirm that she'll take it back there. I'd like to do more to help you, but it's been 15 years since I severed my ties with that part of my life. Okay. We have to feed the cats. Cats. Okay, guys, Gremlin need the food. Here, that's kind of okay. Trying to figure out the best place. It's always hard to find a good place to put the AFK messages. But I will be back shortly.
I've returned. Oh. Got a small bite of chocolate while I was down there. Boop boop boop. Okay. I was expecting to start wrapping up soon, but refresh that. Because let's see oh, it does say 3 to. Okay. I think that's supposed to be yeah. And let me also check my Discord messages. Gotta send messages. Cause that was getting up and turning off my other alarms. I noticed that it was the 16th now, which is my brother's birthday, so I gotta wish him a happy birthday real quick. Because the siblings have a thing of like, as soon as midnight turns, we wish each other happy birthday. Okay. Ready to go. Okay. So I'd like to do more to help you, but it's been 15 years since I severed my ties with that part of my family. You've helped enormously. We got a lot of answers. You've already helped me enormously. I don't know how I can ever thank you for your hospitality, for all of the information you've given me about the record. Oh, there's no need to thank me. As I told you, I do feel rather responsible for what's happened to you. Pullman points to the lane which winds words. English is hard, bro. Pullman points to the lane which winds away from the house. The post box is at the end of the lane, near the road. We start walking. So, do you know what you're going to do? What I'm going to do? Yes, when you leave Boleskine. I don't suppose it will be too difficult to find a flight from London to Prague. It's true that I hadn't really considered the question. On one hand, Arthur has encouraged me quite insistently to try to get the record back. On the other, why should I really do it? I don't have much information about this new reality, except for the few clues I've been able to glean from my belongings. I could go home to Borax, take some time before making any decisions. I could also stop in London, drop in on Alan. It seems that I know him in this new reality, but what's our relationship? And then there's Ulysse. If he never came to Boleskine, where could he be? I think back to our encounter just yesterday for me, 3 years ago for him. What did he mean by we don't need to break up anymore? It'd be so much simpler if I could just find him. No matter what, I'm not going to charge straight ahead to Prague. Not before I learn a little about my new life. Okay, wait, so I was gonna be like, let's just go to Prague, figure it out, but no. Okay, so go Brax or London. So go home or stop in London and drop in on Alan. Which one of the thoughts that Alice had was that she works with Alan directly. This is so hard. um, I think. What? I think home. If it is home. Like, I don't want to mess up. So, with the thought of there being multiple realities, there is a reality that she's jumped into. So, like, that's the whole thing. Is like, how exactly are they going about with the multiple reality thing? Is it she's jumping into another Alice's life, or is a new one made or is it just a new one made each time, and it's just one reality that just gets warped every time? Like, one hand, yeah, I want to figure out what's up with Alan, but I'd be too sad to like find out that it's not the same. Okay, we're putting Alan on the back burner just because, like, I wanted to go just bulldoze to Prague, get the record back, fix the reality, go back to the reality we just were at. I liked that reality. Okay, go back to Butcher's. I think I'll start by going home to Butcher's. After all these adventures, I need to know who I am in this new reality. I mean, that's the big thing. It's like, if you figure out who you are, it won't seem as weird talking to Alan. I understand. I hope you'll find the answers to your questions. But don't lose sight to the fact that, how should I put it, you're still you, deep down. I don't believe that the choices we make change us in our deepest essence, if you see what I mean. Not so sure. You're probably right. I mean, I think the choices you make, I think, do change you. I'm going with I'm not sure. So sure. I'm not so sure. It's not so simple to change one's destiny. I'm not sure that you can separate yourself completely from your own past. In any case, thanks again for this address in Prague, and for everything else. Arthur just smiles at me this time. We reach the mailbox. He opens it, sees that it's empty, and we head back to the house. David is waiting for us at the door. It'd be a good idea if we don't hang around too long. I'd like to be back for lunch. And anyway, the earlier we get going, the less difficulty you'll have finding a train, Alice. I nod. I just need a minute to get my things and I'm ready to go. A few minutes later, I climb into David's old 4x4. Then we leave Boleskine, heading for Innervies, then London, then Borax. Chapter 5. Oh, I could have finished that before feeding the cats. Oh well. Chapter 5. This game is just messing with me at this point. Like, I feel like I recognize the alphabet. Like there's a chance I can... I'm not gonna try it. This is the... Just imagine my hand is a little bit further. That is the word. I'm not gonna try it because I'm probably wrong about which alphabet it is. Okay. When the night train finally stops at Gone Saint Bon, I go up the platform to emerge into the gloom of Bortrix at the turning of the year, I am overwhelmed by an odd sense of relief. Perhaps it's what they call homesickness? Even if I've only been away from Borax for a few days, it feels as though an age has passed since I began the adventure which took me to Paris and onward to the primeval lands of northern Scotland.
Out of habit, I jump on a tram. Then my steps take me to my apartment in the St. Pierre district. It's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same apartment. It's only when I go through my bag and pull out a bunch of keys, which in no way resemble my usual house keys, that I realize that I probably don't live in the same place in this reality. And that the English operator showing on my cell phone should perhaps have given me a heads up on my new place of residence. I check the time. It's past noon. Yeah, it's London. You live in London. I should have just went, but I was like... My brother doesn't usually pick up at this time of day. When he's not lunching with his customers, he tends to leave his telephone on his desk in his office. I tap in Marie's number as I walk toward a little bistro where I like to eat. She's both surprised and delighted to hear from me and assures that I can sleep at their place this evening. No problem at all. I eat a quick salad, followed by a double espresso to fight the fatigue from the night journey. I think the baby's gonna be missing. I don't know why, but I feel like they're not gonna have a kid. Cause it was the summer. Yeah, they're not gonna have a kid. Fight the fatigue from the night journey in the sleeper car before I head towards St. Michael. I consider passing by the apartment I shared with East in case he still lives there in this reality, before deciding that it would probably be much more productive to go straight see Mark at the store. When I find myself before the storefront, I'm surprised to find not a record store but a florist. I check several times that I have the right address, looking at the surroundings, then backing into the road to compare the position of the building with my memory. There's no possible doubt in this reality it would seem that Mark's store simply doesn't exist. I go inside to inquire, and the young woman at the cash desk confirms that there was a record store here in the old days, but it's been 2 or 3 years since her boss took over the lease. However, she's unable to tell me what became of the previous occupant, nor to give me his new address. Yeah, this is just showing, like, everything that changed. With nothing to add, I leave, dazed and rather worried. Maybe my brother and sister-in-law will be able to tell me more? I send a short message to Marie to suggest that we meet in our usual brasserie. She answers that it would be easier if I come straight over to their place at the end of the afternoon. I decide to go for a walk around town while I wait. When I ring the bell at their home, she has just arrived. Hello, Alice. What a nice surprise to get your message. It's been ages since we saw you. I hug Marie and follow her into the living room. I take a peek into the crib without disturbing my little niece, who's fast asleep. Okay, the niece is still there. Who's fast asleep. I told Robin you're here. He's delighted that you called us. He's stopping to pick up a few things on the way home from work, and we'll eat at home if that's okay with you. We both have a big day tomorrow. Yes, of course, it's all fine with me. I'm sorry to have let you know so late. Can I get you a drink? With pleasure. Marie makes me a gin and tonic and opens a beer for herself. Then we sit down in the living room. So how's London life? Are you still working in your record store? It requires a considerable effort for me to conceal my surprise at all the information that Marie has just landed on me about my new life. As I suspected, I no longer work in banking, and it would seem that I now live in London. Yes, it's all fine. Same old, same old. Marie laughs. Same old thing for you. As far as I can see, your life's so rock and roll that there's nothing old about it. What brings you to Borax? At this moment, this is the moment to ask about Elise, but I need to approach it with finesse. I've no idea how to explain to Marie that my memories of the past 3 years have got nothing to do with what's happened in this reality. Do you remember Elise? Marie's face suddenly clouds over. Of course I remember Elise, but I'm amazed that you want to talk to him about him. I know you're... Yeah, I had a feeling. I know you were really hit by his death, but it's a subject you usually want to avoid. All of a sudden, it's as if the world was collapsing around me. His death? Marie looks at me with concern. I struggle to keep my composure. Elise is dead in this reality? It must be because of the record, because of me. Not knowing what to do in the face of my reaction, Marie grips my hand with affection and reminds me of the circumstances of death, while carefully avoiding my gaze. Yes, he was knocked down by a car about, 3 years ago? It was after that I must have moved to London. Are you sure you're alright? No, I mean, yes, sorry, it's just that it's all still very fresh, very vivid for me. Marie looks more and more concerned. I hope I'm not seeing that sect thing again. Hoping it's not that sect thing again. He scared us pretty badly with that at the time. It took him months to accept that the accident was really an accident. Make something up? Or change the subject? Make something up. Yes, don't worry. Of course you remember Elise. What I meant to say is I came to Barracks to see Mark, his old business partner, about some details of the inheritance that are still on hold, and it's me who has to deal with it. Oh, that's good to hear. Marie looks vaguely relieved. But how about you? Tell me about your life in Barracks. How's life as a young mother? We chat for a while about this and that. Robin arrives, his arms full of shopping, just after Marie has poured us a second drink. He's thrilled to see me. From his point of view, it's been months since we last saw each other. A weekend at their place not long after their daughter was born. I offer to help him in the kitchen, but he insists I keep Marie company. He shuts himself away in the kitchen whilst Marie and I continue gossiping. I try not to lose the thread of our conversation, but in the corner of my mind I'm trying to join the dots about what happened to Elise. I think back to what we said last time I listened to the record. I guess that in this reality, Elise didn't leave for Paris. And because he stayed in Barracks, Eva, or the members of the Iron Karos, were able to steal the record from him, and it cost him his life. Robin tells us that dinner is ready. I help Marie to set the table, then we eat the delicious risotto that Robin's prepared, with a glass of white wine. I try to enjoy the moment, even if my thoughts are dragging me into the future and all its uncertainties. Elise is dead in this reality, because of me. I realize I can't accept this information, not while I have the possibility to find him again. Not while I have the possibility to put things right, to erase this reality, this fake world, no matter the cost of that success. I remember Enzo's story. The record stole the love of his life. Do I truly have a chance of success? It didn't work for him. No matter what happens, I have to try. I've taken my decision. I need the record, and I need to find a way to pry it out of Eva's hands. Arthur Pullman gave me the address of the lodge in Prague. The next day, first thing, I take a plane. Direction, Prague. It's very late when the bus from the airport drops me in Andel. The first flight I was able to find left in the early afternoon, with the time for check-in and all the security checks. When you add an hour of travel by public transport to get to the center, the winter sun has almost set when I start walking down the long venue along the side of Petrin Park. Water. We hydrate. I'm almost done with my water. I should have refilled when I was feeding the cats. Snowflakes begin to spin gently as I turn into a small street on the right to enter the heart of Malistrana, the lesser town, which faces the Old Town across the river. Thren's mansion is a great 19th century edifice with a classically inspired colonnaded facade. On the frontispiece, embossed in gold Greek letters, spell the words Evkeros for all to see. I have two options. I could try the direct approach, ask to talk to Eva and try to convince her to let me listen to the record, or I could try to get into the building and hope to find the record in a record player before the occupants detect my presence. In both cases, my chances of success look pretty slim. Discreet or openly? That is the question. Let's discreetly. We're gonna be spies. Let's do it. I decide to opt for stealth. I can't see myself getting what I want by pushing open the door and requesting it from Eva, especially since I have nothing to negotiate with in return. I linger on the sidewalk opposite, in the cold, trying to figure out the best approach. Obviously, with the winter weather, none of the ground floor windows will have been left open. I should have thought about that. It's winter. I notice that there's a small door on the other side of the building, and that some solitary individuals seem to use it occasionally. Seizing my courage, I wait a few moments after the last person has gone in before pushing open the door. It leads to a small entrance hall with a doorbell. I ring, then go into the second long room with a counter on the right for a cloakroom. A woman and a man. A woman. We're gonna change the gender. A man in a uniform suit greets me in English, tinged with a slight Czech accent, and asks me to leave my belongings with him. I hand over my bag and coat. In exchange, he holds out a number token and what seems to be a large piece of shiny black fabric, impeccably folded, with a plain white Colombian mask placed on top of it. This evening promises to be rather Kubrican. As I suspected, the fabric turns out to be a large cape, which I slipped on before donning the mask. This is such a cold. Okay. The next room is a large saloon. The walls hung with black and dressed with woodwork and moldings. About 30 people, dressed in what seem to be ritual garments, are gathered in small groups holding glasses of champagne. Most of them wear black capes, like the one I've been given, but I also noticed one person with a red cape and two others with purple capes and silver masks. Probably to distinguish their ranks within the organization. For whatever reason, I was thinking it was going to be like full mask, not just like eye mask or whatever. There's one person who seems alone in a corner of the room. I could use her isolation to try to glean some information from her. Oh, it's going to be Eva. Stay in the background. It's Eva. I decided to stay in the background. I prefer not to take the risk of being discovered by getting into conversation. I take a glass of champagne as the waiter passes me, then I slip away to a corner of the room, waiting to see what will happen next. I've got no idea where the record is being kept, but it would seem that I've happened upon the evening when it's presented, with great pomp, to the lodge members, which gives me the perfect opportunity to try to get it back. I try to eavesdrop on the conversations around me. The group next to me are speaking reasonably fluent English, and I think I can make out different accents, which leads me to believe that the lodge members have come from all over the world for this occasion. It would seem that Eva has called an extraordinary council for some reason, which my companions at the soiree aren't aware of. I'm immersed in listening discreetly when I feel a hand on my shoulder. I turn. A man, his costume now removed, looms over me. He speaks in a calm but firm voice, his English tinged with an East European accent. Jacob, if you would follow me, Alice. Oops, my discreet approach has failed. I take a moment to weigh up my options. I've got no plan B. I don't think kicking up a fuss will help me here. The man appears to understand what's going through my head because he adds, "Don't be a fool, Alice." I let out a sigh. Fine. I allow him to escort me upstairs. As soon as we're out of sight of the other lodge members, he catches hold of my cape and pulls it off roughly. Your mask, please. I obey. We take one corridor, then another, before entering a large office. Eva sits at the other side of the room, writing on a sheet of paper. The record is next to her, on the desk. She stops writing. Ah, thank you, Jacob. I don't know what you hope to accomplish, Alice, but we spotted you while you were contemplating how to enter the building. Yeah, we were just standing there, weren't we? Be ironic. Stay quiet. Be ironic. You should have come straight out and got me. It would have saved me from waiting in the cold. Eva smiles. I was curious to see what you were going to do. To be frank, I've been expecting your visit. You've given us quite a hard time. You and your friend. What was his name? Ulysse. I turn to look at Jacob, who stands behind me. He looks away. Yes, that's it. Ulysse. Tell me, Alice, how did you find out that the headquarters of the lodge were in Prague? We generally managed to be inconspicuous, but it seemed that nothing stops you. None of your business. Look, that's none of your business. I didn't come here to tell you about the schemes I've had to use to follow you. Very well. We're going to keep Arthur safe. In that case, let's get to the point. I don't know how familiar you are with the technicalities of our Brotherhood's mysteries, so I'm going to try to explain things simply and precisely to you. As you can imagine, I'm a very busy woman, and you haven't chosen the best day to grace us with your presence. It's been brought to my attention that one of our brothers, Jacob Novak here, is responsible for the accident which cost your partner his life in the last emanation. I suppose that your presence here, as well as your renewed determination to steal the chorus from us, is very certainly linked to this tragic death. Is it not? Stay silent. I choke back an answer, choosing to stay silent and let Ava reveal her intentions. She lets out a sigh. Very well. I can see right through you, Alice. You're as transparent as water. But after all, if you wish to stay silent, you'll save us both some time, so I thank you. I have a proposition for you, Alice. You are a resourceful young woman. You've managed to thwart our plans and escape us several times. You've already heard the Kronos, which makes you, de facto, an honorary Grand Mistress in our organization. Oh, hey. We're gonna lead the organization, is my guess. Join us. We'd be honored to count you as one of us. Wait. After the anonymity between us, after pursuing you released for years, you're actually suggesting that I should join your organization? To be honest, most of all, I'm thinking of your capacity for causing trouble. Of course, if you accept, you will have access to the Kronos as much as the other members who have reached the rank of master within the lodge. And if I refuse? If you refuse, then I'll ask Jacob to escort you to the door, and I'm afraid we shall just have to put up with your troublemaking capacities. I can feel Jacob becoming restless behind me. It would appear that Eva's attitude is making him uncomfortable. I take a minute to weigh up the pros and cons. Eva seems very sure of herself. She has a record and believes herself to be in control here. She doesn't appear to be aware of the danger she faces by letting me listen to the record again. With what Pullman told me, I could completely change the destiny of all the people in this room by giving myself the best chance of at least being once more alive. By doing that, I know there's a strong possibility that I'll find myself in a completely different reality from everything I'm familiar with. But that's a risk I'm willing to take. On one hand, I could, of course, pretend to accept, but I mustn't seem too enthusiastic about it if I don't want to alert her suspicion. On the other, I could try to negotiate by promising to stop annoying them if she lets me listen to the record one last time. And I think that in her desire to be generous, maybe she'll accept my proposition, even if it's just to clear her conscience and that of the lodge. Eva waits patiently for my answer. So if we accept, we risk sounding too eager. If we refuse, we risk not being able to listen to it one last time. I think Alice at this point is like, just do it. Risky. We're gonna go risky. We're gonna accept. We're gonna figure this out. Because accepting would be the most risky option. So accept. Very well. I accept your proposition. Really? That's wonderful. To avoid giving the impression of accepting too easily, I add, that doesn't mean to say that I agree with your values. I just want to have access to the record. Of course, I understand. All I ask in return is that you're present for the annual council. I have every confidence that our members will be able to convince you of the interests of our brotherhood in the long term. Eva's reply doesn't surprise me in the least. In her arrogance, she is unable to conceive that Arthur and I could possibly know things about how the record works, which she is unaware of. I pretend to reconsider the advantages and disadvantages before saying, "All right, I accept your terms." Eva holds out her hand across the desk. I shake it. I'm so pleased that we've been able to reach a mutual agreement. The lodge has detested violence since it began, as perhaps you know. She looks up at Jacob, who still stands behind me. I turn to him. Alice, I'm truly, truly sorry for the accident which cost your friend his life. I sincerely hope that the Kronos places you in an emanation in which you can find him again. What happened? What exactly happened? We thought he had the record. We confronted him to get it back. He tried to run. He was hit by a car. He was killed on the spot. It was more than 3 years ago, but I still think about it every day. Once again, I am so sorry for what happened. Let's hope the record gives him back to me. Jacob lowers his head in agreement, then returns to his place at the end of the room, near the door. Eva checks her watch. Right, it's almost time. I'm going to have to get ready to host the council. Jacob will accompany you to the prayer room. Given the somewhat strange circumstances of your presence here, you will hear the Kronos at the very end of the ceremony. It's been 13 years since we had a new inductee in the Brotherhood. I hope you'll be able to respect our rights. I'm counting on your sense of decency and on your discretion. I nod. Very well. I thank you in advance. Mr. Novak, if you would accompany our guest to the prayer room. Eva picks up the record in her notes and leaves the room. Jacob and I follow her out. Well, that's interesting. The prayer room is situated on the ground floor. It's a long rectangular room with a checkerboard marble floor. This is so odd. This is so very odd. Okay, the room doesn't look as if it's been renovated in the last 20 years, which would lead one to suppose that Ernest Loras had, in fact, bought a former Masonic temple at the moment the Iron Curtain fell, probably aiming to cover up the true allegiance of the Iron Kairos' lodge, or rather, its lack of allegiance. The assembly must number around 30 people, gathering into two groups on either side of the room, leaving a central aisle free. After a few minutes of silence, mingled with some whispering around the room, Eva makes her entrance. Oh, this is so odd. Why did we agree to join them? Should have just fought. But we're going sneaky. We're going sneaky. She walks with a measured step to the other side of the room, mounts the platform there, and addresses the assembly in a strong, clear voice. My very honored brothers and sisters. I don't have a strong voice, don't mind me. I must thank you for coming so numerous, and for some, so far, in such a short time. I would not have convoked you to this exceptional council if I didn't have excellent news. Why are they not dressed? This is such an odd... I was not expecting them to be like this, okay? Like, this is, on one hand, super out of left field. On the other hand, it's a cult. It's totally a cult. Since the death of our sovereign protector, Ernest Lorenz, we have moved heaven and earth to find it. Today it gives me great joy to tell you that the Kronos has finally been returned to us. After a long crossing of the desert, the Iron Kronos' lodge will finally be reborn. All of you here, the most loyal, you who have kept faith to the Brotherhood, and the teachings of my father, and my government as the second sovereign protector. All of you will be rewarded when your time comes by the knowledge of the Kronos. She holds out a hand towards us. For this first summer ceremony in 13 years, we have two beneficiaries. Our brother, Jacob, who joined the lodge a little over 10 years ago, and our brother, Alexander, who represents the new blood of our organization. Both have been instrumental in the recuperation of the Kronos, and the Grand Council has decided to reward them for their devotion to our cause. They would thus be the first to be liberated from the false world and to rise above the chaos of the multiple emanations of the physical reality. Jacob stands up, approaches Eva, genuflects, and then goes to sit on the throne. Eva places the record on the turntable while Jacob removes his cape and puts the headphones over his ears. Brother Jacob, are you ready to no longer be the slave of the false creator, to take yourself from the emanations of the false world and to receive the light of knowledge? Yes, Sovereign Protector, this is so weird. What is this? Eva switches on the turntable. The room fills with sparkling reflections. Then, when the needle on the turntable reaches the central groove, everything returns to normal. Jacob takes the headphones from his ears. There is something subtly different about him. Perhaps his stubble is a little less closely shaved, or maybe it's his hair, which is slightly less peppered with gray. Or maybe it's something in his posture. The assembly applauses as he rises and goes to sit on the left of the stage, with the two people who wear the purple capes. The ritual repeats itself for my other neighbor, Alexander. Once again, the strange shimmering in the air, which stops when the record ends. It's Alexander's turn to go and sit on the left, next to the initiates. Then Eva speaks again. As it is custom, I will take my turn to hear the Kronos. As sovereign protector of the Iron Kronos' lodge, my role is to perpetuate our community and to make it grow. That is why I'm going to make myself place the lodge in the most preposterous available emanation, as the great masters present here will testify on my return. Ava sits, puts the headphones on, and starts the record. For the third time, the air begins to vibrate with glittering particles. This time, the room also seems to change. Heavy velvet drapes appear on the walls. The furniture becomes more opulent. When the record ends, the assembly applauded, and the room, which was half empty, is now full, suddenly holding a multitude of new caped initiates. For the first time, I am fully conscious of the danger the record represents, put in the wrong hands. If Ava is as ambitious as Arthur Pullman believes, the Ironcar's lodge could quickly concentrate so much wealth and influence that she would become uncontrollable. She lays the headphones on the table, and I notice that her hair has grown, intensifying her air of great pagan priestess. This is so hot. Before closing this council, I would like one last person to hear the Kronos. We have among us this evening the previous guardian of the record, who lost someone dear to her heart in the previous emanation. When she arrived at the lodge door earlier, I asked her to join our ranks. She accepted my proposition. In order to make her investiture official, the Board of Masters and myself, Sovereign Protector of the Iron Kronos Lodge, have decided that she also will hear the Kronos this evening. Eva gestures me to approach. Alice, if you would take your place. I stand on the throne, place the headphones over my ears, then I start the record. The guitar noise pierces the air. I don't know how we're gonna fix this, bro. Almost feedback. The eyes of the assembly are fixed on me. Sparkling reflections emerge. I look at Eva one last time. She stares back, impassive. The light twists and knots. I turn my gaze inward, searching for Lise.
In spring we met, in the fall we came, and I am for the middle of the road, the summer of love, sunset over the roof, ties shimmering like mirages, the golden hour, the right time, the time to
I'm in awe every time.
the wrinkle clean, the time to bring you back from the mist of oblivion. New emanation, I put the headphones down as you enter the room, sent to my moon.
Alice?
This comes into the room as the record I'm listening to ends. I remember this moment. What I hadn't noticed the first time I lived this moment was the record that he has under his arm. A 7-inch with a white sleeve. I thought you were going out this evening. He walks over to me, bends down to my height, and plants a kiss on my lips. His hands tremble slightly. He seems shaken. Get to the point. Elise, I don't have much time and I have a lot to tell you. Elise backs off and looks at me, concerned. What do you mean? What is it, Alice? I point at the record which he has laid on the coffee table. Have you listened to it? Yes, I just bought it. It was part of a batch of psychedelic. A big collector by the bay. It was the weirdest experience I've ever had. But how do you know about the record? It's an Aslite, probably unique. Elise, what I'm going to tell you is going to be hard to believe, but I'm going to ask you to trust me. Elise nods and replies without hesitation. Of course, Alice, tell me. Be completely frank. We're going to be as honest as possible. I've come from the future, Elise. The record allows you to change your past when you listen to it. In this future, you're dead because of this record. Alice, you're scaring me. I'm very serious. My time here, in this moment, is limited. It's vital that I listen to the record before I get sent back to the present, to avoid that the future that I come from happen. To avoid that the future I come from happens again. Wait, what? I'm going to ask you to promise me just one thing. When I finish listening to the record, you take it and you disappear. I disappear? Leave Borax. Don't try to learn more about the record. Just keep it in a safe place, please. It's the only way, Elise. I'm sorry. With a bit of luck, I'll still have the memory of the future after I listen to the record, in which case I'll tell you everything. But if I don't, I'm going to ask you to trust me. I take the record from the coffee table and put it in place on the turntable. I pick up the headphones and, before putting them over my ears, I glance at Elise one last time. Sign of affection. I lay down the headphones, go over to Elise, and take him in my arms tight. Find me in 4 years. If I haven't been able to tell you everything before that, I'll explain everything then. He returns my embrace before kissing me passionately. I sit by the record player and prepare to put on the headphones. Alice, wait, please. I pause. You know you have all my love and trust. But do you realize what you're asking of me? A sigh escapes me. Elise, I'd like to have the time to tell you more, to tell you everything. But my consciousness could leave this moment in our past at any minute, and if I haven't listened to the record before that, it'd be catastrophe. Elise watches me with bewilderment as I finish putting on the headphones. Unless it's sadness, or simply affection? I hesitate for an instant as I pick up the tone arm before I remind myself that I have no choice. I don't have the right to hesitate, nor to change my mind. I don't want to let Eva have the record. I want to make it as likely as possible that you will still be alive in my new present, even if it's at the expense of my reality, or of my identity. I take a deep breath, then, with renewed determination, I place the needle in the groove. The music hits me and engulfs me like a wave of sound. The living room of our little apartment gleams as though filled with underwater sunlight. The air vibrates with the sonic surf which merges my consciousness. I am carried away on the tide as the last hopes of sunset vanish behind the Portrix rooftops.
Drawn in the mist of oblivion, I sacrifice my whole self on the altar of your survival. Lost and found,
It's kind of sad.
my soul's torn in pieces until nothing remains.
Hey, there's one that I have a tattoo. Sorry, I got distracted.
Someone is by side, asking for my fiction to share the days, to share the night.
I wanna cry.
My new reality.
Alan. So this is, I guess. Do we? Are we choosing who we like the best? I want to accept it, but at the same time, I don't know. I want to accept it, but at the same time, oh, I think I liked him the best, but at the same time, like, I want to get this ending, I think, because that's, like, who we were going for the whole time. But at the same time, like, oh, but I didn't go see him at the... Okay, we're gonna refuse. Refusal.
Hands on me from the shadow of you. Turn away, your image dissolves.
Oh.
Drift of this alien world. A new emanation, and as the sun retreats, I see what I've become. I sleep into a lichen glow. The old Alice,
Maybe I should have accepted. I don't know.
nowhere to be found. I have raised
Maybe I should have accepted.
destiny.
I don't know. I don't know what each option gives me. Okay, we'll see. We'll see what this life is. Okay, I guess. I take the 2 steaming cups of coffee that John passes me over the counter, put down my change and payment, and thank him with a shy smile, as usual. I saunter back up the road toward Yard Sale Records. The first rays of the spring morning sun gently warm my skin. It's pleasant, after all those days of drizzle, fog, or downpours. 6 months. 6 months have passed since Prague. Life has carried on. At least, another life. In this reality, I work for Yard Sale Records. I live in a little apartment in Camden, 15 minutes walk from the shop. Life in London is great, with a rich and varied music scene. I've become friends with Beth and Garrett. We often go to see concerts together. And the job itself is pretty good. I make a living listening to music, talking about music, and telling the customers about the records that rock my world. I find it far more satisfying than studying loan files. When I reach the store, Garrett has just opened up. I put his coffee on the counter. Oh, thanks, Alice. You're welcome. Someone insisted on going to a club after the concert last night. The caffeine's going to be a lifesaver. I suppose Alan's not up yet? Garrett laughs. Alan? Get up before 11 on a day when he's not doing the opening? Yes, he's definitely a night owl. I suppose he spent another night doing the orders in the books. I wonder if one is romancing him and the other one's just friend zoning. Have we friend zoned Alan? Suppose he spent another night doing the orders in the books. Oh hey, actually the postman passed earlier. There's some post for you. Oh really? It's odd that I came here and not to my place. Garrett shrugs. I put everything upstairs on Alan's desk as usual. Okay, I'll go take a look. I'm kind of curious. I climb the stairs up to the first floor. Today's mail sits in the middle of Alan's desk. I go over to it. On the top of the pile, a postcard. Ancient ruins overlooking a turquoise sea, captioned Mykonos. I turn it over and instantly recognize Ulysses' disjointed handwriting. Alice. We said we'd see each other in 4 years. Do you remember? I'm in Mykonos. Can you meet me there? Ulysses. Beneath the signature, there's a telephone number. My heart pounds. After such a long time, I'd given up on the record, and Ulysses, and all of it. What's waiting for me there? How will I react when I finally see him after all these years? I've got no idea. I suppose I've got nothing left to do but pack my bags. Direction, Greece. Epilogue. I can't read Greek. The lane that climbs up towards this village is steep. The bus dropped me at the bottom, at the junction with the main road. The glaring light of the June sun cast the terrain of the island into stark relief, and the last few hundred yards left for me to traverse seemed almost monumental to my eyes. I stopped for a while in the shade of an olive tree. The white plastered houses are sharply etched against the ultramarine of the Greek sky. The quiet is absolute, punctuated only by the cry of seagulls and the buzzing of insects. I start to climb again. The main street leads to a shady little square. On the northern side, a cafe with an awning. I go over. On the left, a group of old men sit around a table playing cards, cigarettes hanging from the corners of their mouths. On the right, a young woman drinks her coffee as she reads the local paper. Further away, at the back, Ulysses watches me arrive. I walk over to him, trying to control the galloping of my heart. I'm not sure how I should behave, how I should greet him after all this time. Sign of affection. I bend down and kiss him on the cheek. He seems a little startled, but says nothing. Did he expect more affection? Did he expect more reserve? I can't tell. I need closure with this Elise, this man who I used to know like the back of my hand. I need to face the fact that we have become different people. Not knowing what to say, I smile shyly. He smiles back at me, relenting, and breaks the silence. Alice. It's my turn to acknowledge him, to affirm that I know who he is, as he's done for me. Elise. Thank you for coming. He raises his hand to attract the attention of the waiter near our table. A few minutes later, they bring us a bottle of raki and a carafe of ice water. Elise takes a mouthful and lets out a long sigh. I don't know where to begin. I've dreamed of this moment for so long, when we'd finally find each other after all our wanderings. And now, when you're finally here, right there in front of me, I can't find the words. Be ironic. I'm gonna be ironic. I like being quirky and ironic. You know, you haven't made my life easy. It's hardly been a picnic finding you again. Now you tell me that after making me cross all Europe in multiple realities, you don't even know what message you wanted to give me by sending me that record years after we broke up. He laughs. I see you're just as outspoken as ever. Tell me, Alice, what's your life like? You seem different, and yet I also get the sense of finding you again. I don't know if what I'm saying makes the least bit of sense. So tell me, are you happy in this reality? I don't know. I think yes, but I'm gonna go with I don't know. I don't know, Elise. The record took everything I knew and turned it upside down. I need time to find some balance, some stability. I promise you I did everything I could to spare you. I sacrificed our relationship so that you could be free of the record, but in the end, it didn't work. What do you mean you sacrificed our relationship? He takes a deep breath. In the original reality, we were together. We were happy. You were in a band, and you helped Mark and me in the store when you could. Let him continue. I tense up as I realize what Elise is telling me. Somewhere deep down, I had already suspected this. I decided not to interrupt, to let him go on. That damned record came into our lives and turned everything upside down. We wanted to understand what it was, where it came from. We followed up the leads together. Paris, then the Commune in Bavaria. We were in London when it happened. We were preparing to go up to Boleskine to meet Arthur Pullman. That's where Iron Karis Lodge caught up with us. I was scared. I wanted to protect you. I went back into the past and I changed reality. I put you somewhere safe, in a world where you'd never heard of the record. Be understanding. I get it, Elise. The record. It corrupts everything it touches. I could easily have made the same decision as you. I know now, Alice. It was a mistake. Madness. I realized straight after I'd done it. I hated myself. I wish I hadn't done it. The lodge was still after me. It had changed nothing. What happened after that? I banned the idea of going up to Boleskine. I thought the lodge knew that was our next destination, and I was almost sure I would be intercepted by Eva or one of her fanatics. I backtracked to Paris. When I realized they were still on my heels, I sent the record to you and Borchex to prevent it being stolen from me. Sure enough, my intuition was right. They tried to steal it that very night. I waited a few days for them to let their guard down a bit. Then I took a train for Borchex, where I discovered that you were gone. I started to track you down. First Paris, then London. Each time I missed you by 1 or 2 days. Then there was a void, sensation of drowning in the nothingness of the cosmos. It seemed to last an eternity, perhaps a second. I don't really know what happened. When I regained consciousness, I was here, in Mycos, with a record in my suitcase and a vague memory of the precise moment in the past when you'd arranged to meet me in 4 years. What did you do after that? It took me some time to find my feet. I was at the other end of Europe. I tried to understand what had brought me here. When I tried to find you, and that wasn't a mean feat from Mykonos with my limited finances. You got my postcard, I got your phone call, and now here we are. Right, now it's your turn to tell me. I've got a feeling that your adventures have been even more exciting. I take a breath, then I tell him everything, from the beginning, all in one go. Boutrix, Jean Baptiste, who I hadn't thought of in months. The record, Paris, then London, then Glasgow, listening to the record again. Arthur Pullman, discovering Lisa's death and the new reality. Prague. Finally, my new life. He listens carefully, without interrupting, as the sun descends little by little towards the sea, lengthening the shadows beneath the awning. Then I stop talking. At least takes a minute to take on board all this new information. So I was dead, and he brought me back to life by changing the past? Yes. Now I understand that sensation of emptiness which I had trouble shaking off when I woke up here in Greece. By the way, you haven't told me why you asked me to meet you here specifically. Wouldn't it have been simpler to meet in Athens, or at least near the airport? At least gives me a roguish smile. There's something I wanted to show you. Come on. He stands up, picks up He stands up, picks up his fat hiker's backpack, which leans against the table leg, and slips it on. Then he digs a few coins from his pocket and drops them on the table to pay for our drinks. We cross the village in silence and go down the road towards the coast. After several hundred yards, we reach the site of an archaeological dig. Part of the okay, I'm gonna water myself with a hydration. Part of the extractivation, whatever. Part of the site has been covered with terraplines. Another part suggests the remains of an ancient temple, which would have been built here a few millennia ago. Apparently, the site was only recently discovered. The dig has been halted because of budget cuts, and as we're quite a long way from the tourist zones, it would seem the authorities haven't taken the trouble to close the area off to the public. Come on. Reese beckons me to follow him. We go around the Why can I not say that? I had no issue. Usually I don't have any issue with that, but whatever. Okay. We go around the zone, then retrace our steps on the other side. Behind us, the sea sparkles below. From this point of view, we can see the frontispiece stones, which have been unearthed and which display some astonishing carvings. The right side is missing, but on the left side, we can make out a kind of chimera, half woman, half eagle, which appears to guard the central part, which depicts a kind of music box, its shape almost anachronistic. Did you know that from the start in mythology, the sirens weren't fishwomen but birds? Yeah, I knew it. As soon as half woman, half bird, I'm like, oh, ooh, we're getting into this lore. That's what we hear. Alright, so the sirens weren't fishwomen but were birds with the torso and the face of a woman. I turn to Elise, which means that he smiles at me. Yes, when you told me to flee 4 years ago, it would seem that I decided to go in search of the origins of the record, but not the origins of our plastic disc, the true origins. And they brought me here, to this mysterious temple which appears to pose a real puzzle to the archaeologists and historians who have studied this history, according to the information that I've been able to gather. It's the place of worship of a very ancient Gnostic sect, and our record is the result of the rediscovery of an ancient knowledge which would have first been found here. Are you familiar with the discography of magma? I think it's actually in the notes thing, but let's go with no. No, it doesn't ring a bell, sorry. They're a French rock band who had their 15 minutes of fame at the beginning of the 70s, kind of in the same movement as Soft Machine and the Canterbury scene, I guess, with a music that's both and arty and pretty crazy. Okay, but what's that got to do with us? I'm getting to it. Christian Vader, the drummer and the brains of the band, invented a language, Kobanian, which most of their lyrics are written in. The goal of the language is to express emotions in a profoundly musical form. For example, if you stub your toe on the corner of the table, you wouldn't say, ouch, I hurt myself, but instead you'd scream with pain. Okay, I see the idea. It's entertaining, but I still don't see what you're getting at. In this language, there's a particular term, Zool. I raised a skeptical eyebrow. Zool? Yes, Zool. What Vader wanted to convey with the term is the idea of the perfect note at the perfect moment, a kind of musical ecstasy which allows us, human beings, to glimpse an instant of the divine. Elise puts his backpack at his feet and opens it. He takes out a 7-inch record in a familiar white sleeve. He looks at it for a minute, his expression unreadable. Then he adds, I believe that this record, this music of the spheres, is the culmination of this quest for the absolute. He holds the record out to me. I take it. I've kept it safe until I found you again, Alice. It's out of question for me to play it again. This record stole my life, our life. It stole the woman I love from me. Elise looks at me with wild intensity. He takes off his glasses to wipe away the tear which trickles down his cheek. I know that you're not still her, the woman I loved from the very depths of my heart, Alice. I know that I'm probably not me, either, the man I was when we were happy together. Elise puts his backpack down again and takes out a little travel record player. Puts it down next to his pack, then pulls out a pair of headphones, which he places on the cover of the Topaz. It seemed appropriate to me that our story should finish in the place where the record's story began. Elise turns towards the sea, towards the horizon. Do what you want, Alice. I put it in your hands. Then he takes a few steps away, toward the coast below. I take the record from its sleeve and hold it in between my hands, undecided. Oh, this is gonna be a hard one, isn't it? Also, I gotta plug in my phone. Okay, so we can choose the moment or destroy it forever. I think we should find... I mean, it is the epilogue, so I think just destroy it. We're going to destroy the record. I place the record on the ground, and with one thrust of my heel, I shatter it. No divine justice strikes me down. Just the golden light of the setting sun over the Agarian. Elise has not turned back. He continues to look out to sea. Behind me, the lane leads back towards the village, towards the city, toward my life. Before me, Elise. Perhaps the rebirth of a destiny in shreds. Or at least the promise of something like it. We're gonna join him. Again, this whole time I was aiming for ending with Elise, because he's what started it. We shall end it with him. We're always searching for him. Join him. I walk over to Elise and take his hand in mine. He looks at me and smiles. I smile back. Then my eyes are drawn to the open sea. And, as I let the beauty of the world overwhelm me, my mind travels to the rhythm of a strange and intimate melody. So haunting and beautiful. Alice in Wonderland. Oh. I wonder if these are other options that we can get.
I'm just awestruck by. Just awestruck by this the lyric. Yeah. Try to comment. I can't. Oh. Achievement unlocked. Postcard. Achievement unlocked. Swinging London. Achievement unlocked. English pressing. Achievement unlocked. Assured taste. Achievement unlocked. High fidelity. High fidelity, even though like I slept with Crossroads. After trip, okay. Old books. The Hermit. Penny Lane. Crate Digger. Travel Companion. Full Circle. All the Last Drink. Oh, I did get. I got a cheap. All the Last Drinks. So let's look at the achievements. So, wow, okay. So there is definitely a few that I haven't gotten. So let's see. We got these two. Life on Mars, Blue Note. So there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually no. This looks like it's tied. So this is probably. So there's 3 more of these. 3 more of these. 2, 3, 4, 5. Mugged. Could get mugged. Oops. Anyway. Frenchman. Okay, so I can't actually like see what gives them to me, just that I got them. High School Sweetheart. Hey, Mr. Crawley. Oh wait. Oh, this is probably Frank. It's probably High School Sweetheart. Hey, Mr. Crawley. Record collector. Okay, so yeah, I definitely think we'll probably return to this on. I'm not sure if this Tuesday or another Tuesday, but yeah, whew. That was odd. But I did all the Last Drinks. I'm glad I got that achievement. I don't know why. I'm just glad I got that achievement. Mayfair Motor Club. So these are probably the different styles that we can get. Because this was the style we saw when we saw Arthur. There was also a gothic one in the outro. I really hope that's one that I can actually get. And then this is like the style at the end. We got English pressing at the end. Yeah, Painted Black, that's probably the one I'm looking for. So Life on Mars and Blue Note. Now these are, so this is probably, because I definitely got a lot of the swirls and I got a lot of the flowers. So these are probably what I get if I get a majority of these. This combination. Oh yeah, because the green and lightning was on one side and the flower and the rose is on the other. Interesting. This is gonna be like I'm trying to do like a breakdown of how to get each outfit and I'm even paying attention to these. Crate Digger. Oh yeah, because okay, so Crate Digger was because I was trying to, when that popped up, I'm like, what was that one? Forgot I stayed at the thing. So we have Life on Mars, Blue Note, Pop Art, Life, Painted Black, Cool Thing. Lonely Hearts Club Band, Dulce Vita, Aged Oil, and Oak Caskets, Piano Bar, True French Women, Mugged, London Calling, Mayfair Motor Club, Eclectic Tastes, High School Sweetheart, Hey Mr. Crawley, Record Collector, and then at the end we have All Along Watchtower Tower and the Big Heart and Black Leather Jacket. Oh, I'm so intrigued. But alright, select sleep.
Okay, so yeah, so continue from the end. I don't. Okay, so let's look. Oh wait, look at the credits. These are our credits while we talk. Yeah, okay, definitely enjoyed that. Had a lot of like eye raising, like what is happening? Why can I do this? Why is this an option? But okay, the mystery is definitely like, oof, I like. I always like try to think of like what to say at the end of these, and I never know what to say other than I loved it. I loved the game. Let's see, we're at 5.5 hours too, so not too bad, but still a little bit long. So I wonder. Okay, so I don't know. On one hand, definitely want to return to it, but another, it really has to be a day where like I can read. Like I should have been thinking about like, oh, like how bad is my speech impediment today? Like how bad is like my speech? When like going into it, 'cause I'm like, oh, it's a visual novel. It's music. There was a lot of music. I love the music. But I guess I thought there was gonna be like a little bit more music when it was like, oh hey, these lyrics means that there's a song. I mean, but each time that happened, I'm like, oh, be still my heart. This is amazing. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just blown away. Okay, let's see. Let's switch to the messages. So I can close out of this. Who's live at the moment? Probably over there. Okay, well, today was Friday, so got the weekend off. But we'll be returning Monday. What is Monday? It's miscellaneous Monday. I will respond to that later. What should we play on Monday? We haven't touched Minecraft in a little bit. That's something that we could do. Again, it'll probably just come down to what I feel like doing that day. So Minecraft is a choice. Stardew Valley's a choice, but I think Stardew's probably gonna be like a Wednesday game. Whenever I return to it. I'm just kind of glancing over Palworld. I haven't double checked that. Oh, we also have The Sims. Which I don't know which day we're gonna do The Sims. But I think I figured that out. Fingers crossed. Yeah, okay, so Monday, it's miscellaneous Monday, so we'll figure it out. I think it's just me at the moment, though. If it's not just me, I'm gonna be probably jumping into Murty's thing, but I don't know about actually raiding. Murty's playing Overwatch. Oh, I didn't mean okay. But yeah, so I shall see y'all later. And I hope everyone has an awesome... Oh, here. I'm going to move this over here so I can actually see what I'm doing. Oh, I'm lagging. I'm lagging because I opened up the wrong thing. That was a scuffed ending. Okay. But I will see you guys weekend, so I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. And then I'll see you all later on Monday. Miscellaneous Monday. But until then, bye. Oh, lag. Bye.